the first class dinner. I mean, it's a gourmet dinner, no matter what. It's like a really nice restaurant dinner on Ambien. I was in business class this time, so I got to eat at business class types and the overflow on the first class. So they do their weights for this newbie first class only car, which, boy, if you accidentally step one foot in there, you're ushered out as if you're like a dog with a butcher shop. You're like, oh, okay, so 41 South just went live. Do I sub to him and I just got a note on the screen. This is live with Kathryn. I'm embarrassed now. I usually just one of his guests. Um, so what we're doing is we're going to go to his channel. He says he's getting ready in about 5. And I'll be a guest on his channel. And I'll move over to the computer and use the crappy webcam thing over there. Because I'm going to let the fire die down. Because I got to close the flue eventually. Right? So live in front of the hot coals might not be that exciting, right? So we'll set that up. So 41 South is awesome. It's Chris Titleman, Titleman, whatever I can never pronounce his last name. That, as you know him from last year, he just changed his YouTube handle. Are you right now? Let's do this. Okay, cool. Well, I'll tell you the story on his channel. So you can click on his name. It's 41 South, like his chat name, and just type that into YouTube. And I'll be a guest on his partner as soon as I get my computer set up. Then we'll talk there. Chris is up. Let's do this. It's really awesome. And let's see when that clicks on here. They can bring here Merry Christmas to them. It's all good night.
I turn this thing off.
Hey, Wanda. Hey, Drip. Cheryl, Strange, Driven, and Cheryl were just throwing a wrench at you. Smitty, how are you, Captain? I thought you already had a wrench, but you have now. How you doing? Good to see you. Gosh. How cool is this? Christmas Eve with you, nice people. Oh, well, it's not my Christmas Eve. It's yours. Yeah. You know what I mean. Where am I? I'm in Tasmania, Australia. Hang on. I better put the link up. So if anyone wants to come up on the panel, they can. Bit hard if I don't put the link up, eh? Hey, Roger the Pirate. We've got a bit of a show happening tonight, mate. bit of a show that I wasn't expecting, but a good show. It's a great place to come and visit, Cheryl. It would be lovely to. There's a spare room if you ever do. If you ever do come down to this neck of the woods, you're most welcome. But yeah, they say Australia's down under. Oh, comes to Tasmania, and you're right down under, sort of thing. So we're just waiting on Kathryn. That's all good, you ho. No worries, mate. That's all good, Drip. Yeah. I've got some of my other, sorry for snorting, I didn't mean to snort. DEs. You're not connecting up properly, DEs. So maybe bump yourself back out and try again. Because it says device not connected. So have another crack. I can't help. It just turns Christmas in California. Merry Christmas to you guys in California. Yeah, DEs. Try again. And Kathryn, if you're there, the link's pinned to the top. Anybody else that wants to jump on, you can. I think I can put 9 others, including myself. I think it's 10 all up on StreamYard link. You're just 2 hours into a smithy. So you'd be half bloody insulted. Cheers to you, Smithy. This one's for you, big fella. From one seafarer to another, mate. Cheers, my friend. And once we get settled, 16 minutes into it in Canada. At least your part in Canada, Cheryl. Cool. Good job. And thank you. And hang on, whoever it is, hang on, I'm going to try and figure it if it's one of you lot or not. Because my head doesn't work very well at the moment, but whoever Rosemary is, if Rosemary's here, and if you are here, thank you from the bottom of my heart, mate. Really, honestly, thank you so much, and you know what I'm on about. I'm just not sure which of you guys I'm talking to, but I'm talking to one of you. You're back. Pets are busy tonight. That's the way I wander. Eyes of Jade. It's always a good thing when the pets are busy, because that means they're not giving you the shits. You got your wrench back too, wasn't there? So I wasn't sure what was happening there. So you got your blue bit back, mate. Now, Smitty, you just finished my libation. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. And just be a bit patient, because Kathryn is a little bit new to all this, what we're doing here, like this. We're sort of not doing it the same as Kathryn does it. But that's all good. I know I don't have to, Wanda, but I want to. So Merry Christmas. Yeah, no, I don't do the Merry Christmas stuff much, but yeah, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, I don't have a nice warm looking fire Kathryn had. That was lovely looking fire, that one. Looked really nice and warm and everything. And all I've got is just a dirty old computer running in the background. But anyway, at least there's no that I'm on the boat. Kind of. Sort of. But if anybody else wants to pop up on the panel while we waiting for Kathryn, let's do it. Catnip next one. Bloody hell. Fair enough. Yeah. But whoever you are, Rosemary, thank you very, very much. I will make sure I pamper Betty. I'll get Betty's nails done. Hey, Kat, the link's up on the pinned up the top there, mate. The StreamYard link. Click on it as usual. And let's get this show on the road. Pushy bugger, aren't I? I was just saying to the folks that I don't have a nice fire going in the background. Although I probably could, but my computer's going to overheat. But here we go. Here's our special guest, Kathryn Davidson. Here she is. You're muted. Still muted. Still muted. Jump out and come back. Wanda, how old is Betty again? 7. 25th of December 2016 at 1:38, I think it was. 1:38 in the afternoon, 13:38 hours. But yeah, 7. 49 in dog years. She's an old bag. Officially, I can call her an old bag in the nicest possible way. And today's her birthday, yes. And strange, Reverend, and Nita Brothcake. Look, she's been spoiled rotten today for the bits of today that she's had human interaction. Like my support workers spoil her absolute rotten. She's had the biggest and best massages that any dog could wish for. A broth cake, well, not going to really sort of spoil her that much because she'll end up expecting that all the time. How are we going now, Kathryn?
I got it working.
There we go.
Sorry, friend.
That's right. G'day, mate.
Good day. Yeah, it is 23 minutes after, so Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. I don't say that to everybody, but I will to you.
Okay. Happy holidays. And
Normally we may sort of say bah humbug,
oh, bah
Yeah.
humbug? Okay. All right.
but that's just me.
All right.
I'm meant to be at work at sea, giving some other fella a chance to be at home with his family, but that's not the case. But anyway, great to have you here.
Yeah, and thanks for having me on again. That's pretty cool. I wanted to hang out with you soon, and good to see you live and kicking and streaming.
Oh yeah, we're kicking. Oh well,
Cool.
kicking as hard as we can.
There you go. Damn straight. All right. So, do you have cursing restrictions on this one? Because on mine, I'm like, oopsie daisy. But
What restrictions?
it's okay to curse, like a sailor.
Oh no. If you want to swear, you can swear. I don't give a f.
Okay. All right.
I'm only not swearing in respect of your audience that's come across. My audience that's here, they know what I'm like. They know that the F bomb might pop out here and there and stuff like that. They know I'm a sailor.
Yeah,
Be
you're a
like a
sailor.
sailor.
Exactly. Well, I like to
And
let loose sometimes, you know.
yeah, most welcome too. And cheers. The local
Cheers.
bro. Happy days. I normally am on the water, but I'm having a beer for my dog's birthday.
Oh, how old is she?
7.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
25th of December 2016.
Christmas boo boo.
Yep.
Now,
Yep.
she a sea dog? She ever accompany you on water?
I've never been. No, she turned up after I got crook. So
Okay.
she's my little carer. She's my little buddy.
Cool.
Yeah.
I used to have a talking bird, a minor bird, and not a minor bird, a minor, the H at the end.
Yeah.
They're super rare in the United States because we banned their import with a stupid treaty and everything. And my bird spoke in my own voice and in my mom's voice. And so when I mocked my bird, like, you're a bad bird, the bird would look at me and say, you're a bad bird. I'm like, right?
Yep.
And he would call out to my mom in my own voice, telling my mom to do things like go get me stuff. And she's like, am I your servant? From the other room, like at my mom's place. And he'd call her bad things. And Mom would come in, and then the bird would go,
And shaking little bloody head.
oh,
Yeah.
he was. And so Smitty says, so Kathryn, what did the bird mine?
Yeah.
Nuggets of joy. Nuggets of joy. I'm going to go
Now,
get some
what I'm-
cider. Be right back. Keep
Now-
talking, though. I can hear you.
Righto, Kat. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pin your channel link.
Okay.
To the top. So
Well,
people can sub up to your channel.
I need to do that. I was just thinking about putting that on the comments section of my last video, because some people might not know where the hell we just went, and then hopefully they'll sub you. I
Yeah.
was just thinking, it says video processing right now, so I'm waiting for a second. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's good old YouTube going through all the words that you've just said.
Oh, is that what it's doing? Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay, I've got some Honey Crisp 100% apple cider blend, 100% juice, not from the concentrate. Going in the microwave here.
Oh, you already know it. You're into the big shit.
The what?
You're into it. Into the good stuff.
Oh yeah, but it's a little tart, I must say. It's not organic, but you know what? I'm a little bit of a cider snob, but it'll do. We've had sorry, what?
Whatever works, works.
Do you like hard cider?
I don't like any cider, just some more beer. Just
Ew.
more beer.
Oh really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's cooking. We've had an amazing crop of apples, and so we've had some incredible ciders. They mix them with berry flavors and stuff here. So yeah, awesome. So what is your channel's link? Official
My
link?
channel's 41 South. It's easy as the number 41, and what my name is just it.
Well, did you know you have
41.
549,000 views?
I've got no idea how many views I've had, but
yeah,
here we go. We got Cheryl joining us. Hello, Cheryl.
Oh, hi.
You're muted, Cheryl.
I'm looking for the link page.
Unmute yourself. You're here. Oh no, I can unmute you. No, you're gonna have to unmute yourself.
Hang on.
Oh, it says your mic's not connected.
Okay. YouTube.com/@41south. Okay, I think that's gonna work. Let me test that link.
No, it takes with us.
There's somebody else with that name. Whoopsie.
Hang on. I'm just trying to sort Cheryl out.
Oh, that's okay. I'll figure this out. I'll find. I should know how to do this. I swear to God. I thought it was the about page and then share. Like I want to share your channel page.
Oh, hang on. How do I do this without kicking myself?
Friends, help me. I don't understand YouTube.
It's all good. Don't panic. Don't panic. Just don't mention the war.
The what?
The what?
God. Yeah, I was reading this old story from 1905, and this woman is proclaiming about how happy she is to be owned by her husband. I went, what? Oh my God.
So that's my channel there.
Okay, great. Got it.
But yeah, the tricky part with mine, if you just type in 41 South, don't forget to put the period, like the dot.
Oh, because there's a different guy. There's a different guy.
Yeah, there's someone's taken the good one, and how dare he or she or
Yeah.
whoever.
Every time I log into YouTube, there's this new thing it wants me to do, and what is it called? A handle. So, I think I've sorted mine out. So it's just / Wildfire Tracking. And I tried to make it the Wildfire Tracking team, and there were too many words. So, dang it. But I'm gonna put that as a logo because we're a team. So,
Cheryl, you with
Hi.
us?
hey,
Hi. Can you
Hey.
hear me now?
Oh yeah, loud and
good
clear.
to see
Oh, good.
you.
Hi.
Hey, Dylan. It's great to put a voice to the name and the face to the name and everything like that.
Yeah.
From last year, not last year, the year before. You know it's 2 fire seasons ago. Yeah, that's gone that quick.
Yeah, well, almost.
Yep, just
Approximately.
about.
Were you there in
Yeah,
2020,
well,
Cheryl? You were, right? When I was in the Bay Area, talking about stuff in the Bay Area in 2020, right?
I first met
I'm
Cheryl
here.
on
I'm
Dixie.
here. It's just that I'm hearing double of everybody. So I've either got
Um,
too many screens on or what? Hang on a second.
yeah, mute your YouTube and mute everything apart
That's
from
probably what it is.
StreamYard. Yep. Just have a little mute-a-thon.
Yeah.
And I do realise it's sort of fairly new to all you guys. This sort of this, but how good's this? I reckon it's pretty bloody good myself.
Okay.
Is that
I've got one
better?
of you.
But no echoes.
So now I have one
Quiet.
of you. So how is it going tonight?
Can I talk now? Are you echoing?
Go for it. No, I'm not echoing anymore.
Okay, cool. So doing okay. I'm glad to be with friends. So I
Same
can
here.
smile. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It's been finally warmed up around here. We're not freezing out in BC anymore. It's starting to rain and the snow is melting, so that's kind of nice.
Good, good.
Yeah.
Your
That's
necklace
good.
is
That's good.
fabulous.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. My one of my daughters got it in Peru, so it was handmade in Peru. So I've been wearing it over the last cold days, and it's just something pretty to wear now. So
Are those sequins or?
no, it's just that I knitted like a knitted headband,
Oh,
but
good.
I use it to keep my neck warm when it gets cold, and now it's just decoration at the moment. So
Cool, cool, cool.
yeah.
I was in the middle of telling a story right before we switched over, and that was, I don't know if the English people arrived here, Shaz and people around. And I said, I'll continue it on 41 stream. Do you mind if I do that now or before I forget?
No, go for it.
Go for it.
Go. It's all good.
Thanks, mate. So they're talking about snobs or something, or like a stereotype of Southern England people being snobs, or at least Londoners being snobs, and looking down on people not from London. And I was like, okay. Then I realized I had a somewhat funny story about that. So I used to play online video games, and that was the first time I ever got like gaming headset. And so my best friend was from Southern England somewhere, and he was really vague about it. I'm like, so where are you from in England? What's your accent? I just really wanted to identify it. I heard him talking every day for years, and it didn't sound like an accent I'd ever heard before. And he goes, oh, it's Southern. And I went, I'm not going to stalk you. And I finally pried it out of him. It was a very embarrassing town to be from, called Slough. And it looks like Slough. Like it's spelled like that, but it's called Slough. And I said, what's embarrassing about that? And he goes, oh, there's even poetry written about our town and how bad it is. And awesome. It's like, come drop your friendly bombs on Slough, and it's begging the Germans to like eliminate their buildings because they're so ugly, so that they could start over. Apparently, it was like a Western ghetto of London for a while, where people couldn't afford to be in London, even in the Whitechapel area, which is like Jack the Ripper's, like, like that
It's
bad.
like,
Okay,
it's
so
like, come on, come and get us.
yeah, just come drop your bomb so we can start over and put us out of our misery. Yeah, Slough. And so I said, it's just funny, and so I didn't think about this. And so I'm on Amtrak going from Oregon to Sacramento. And since I was in business class, they moved me up to the dining car with the business class / rich people. And if the rich people want to eat sooner, they'll come, mingle with us, if they don't want to wait for their exclusive dining car, right? So here I am, like, intimidated and trying to remember to use the right fork and stuff. And I'm seated with all these wealthy people who are like, so how's it like back in business class? How do you sleep without your own bed? And I'm like, actually way better than on a plane because it reclines like all the way. And they're like, oh, how quaint, And so this one guy's like a surgeon and like a award-winning author. And then a med student that wouldn't shut up. And then the last guy's just English. And just the best I could get out of him was he's just rich and touring the world and probably born that way. So I always like to randomly try to freak somebody out if I can. If they look good-natured, just nerves maybe, trying to be a comedian, right? And so sometimes this works, and it's the strangest thing. But he started talking. The more he was speaking, I realized he's got that Slough accent. So they keep asking me what I do, and I've been evasive this whole time. What the hell am I going to tell them I do, right? So now this is before the wildfire stuff. And so I have aspirations to be a YouTuber person who makes documentary videos about history and California history, right? And everybody goes, oh, so where do I watch it? And I would be like, I haven't started yet. So I just was totally evasive, and they start getting a little bit more probing, right? So then I just casually, with a straight face, I'm like, I'm going to have fun with this. I said, well, I'm a spy. And I just go back to eating, right? Steak dinner. They all, really? I'm like, well, I mean, I can't talk about it much, but I'm a linguist, and so what my job is to translate mostly. It's not the James Bond stuff. It's boring. It's behind a desk, and I listen to my headphones all day. And so I just went back to eating. And they're like, linguist? And I just make stuff up about having studied Latin and all this crap, right? And so they go, huh, really? Linguist, huh? And then they just start losing interest and stuff. I look up and I said, you're from Slough. He goes, and I said, and not only Slough, but there's a certain roundabout in a certain section of the town. Man, it's got a very specific accent. I think I know what you're talking about. You know what I'm talking about. And he goes, and I start describing this corner store. And it's the only store in the entire town I know about because my friend keeps complaining about how they're out of his favorite cigarettes all the time. So when he exited the game, he was out to get these cigarettes. And so I'm describing the entire store's, like, front, middle, back section, and their cigarette selection, and why they're only always out of this specific brand and stuff. And I said, I know that you're from that neighborhood. I go back to eating. And I was just reading his own body language. His eyes, I mean, he's the worst poker face in the entire damn world. And you should have just seen him gulping and looking side to side. And eventually he just goes, how do you know that? It was so hard to keep a straight face. So dang hard. And the problem is he's cute. I was trying to flirt. Single at the time. And I thought he was just going to start laughing at any moment. And he's terrified and going, like, losing the color and not eating anymore. And I finally looked up and go, that's a joke, mate. that's messing with you. And he goes, how do you know that I'm from that neighborhood though? I'm like, I don't.
You psyched him out.
Totally. It's so here's the problem. I really try to put him at ease. Really tried to explain that this is the weirdest coincidence. And I was reading his body language, and I just kept adding more details about this corner of the town because that's the thing that my friend kept talking about all the time. The bad traffic around a certain roundabout and the stupid store, and it was the most popular store in that town. And so I kept trying to put him at ease, and I like lean over the table to like grab something. He flinches back, like I'm trying to get the butter. And so I gave him a note, which I thought was super sexy, like I'm in business class in seat 46A or whatever. And boy, did that crash and burn. He's like, sure, crumpled. I'll just, yeah, well, you know. And so I had him on the hook before I did the stupid stunt. Like he was flirting back with me and talking about his adventures in England and how he likes to ride the rails in the United States. He was kind of inviting me to do it with him. And I screwed this up. Alas. I could have
Oh,
ridden the rails
dear.
in a nice dining car with a rich guy. How
But
do I
guess
do
what?
this? Hmm.
You didn't.
But you
How, how,
didn't.
how do I snatch defeat from the jaws of victory? I had to look pretty and smile.
Oh, dear.
Anyway. But it's like that story, My Mate in Maitland. That's true too, 41. I did that to an Australian in a game.
Yep.
And I only know like the names of 3 Australian towns, like Sydney and Perth and Maitland.
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 Yeah.
And so this guy's doing this stream and he's got this Aussie accent and it's very much like my friend's. And so I just randomly said, so how's life in Maitland, mate? And his voice becomes a saucer too. And I played the same game with him. And since my friend in Australia had described her local corner store and stuff, I said, well, I know where you shop too. And I know where you live. And I've been hacking your webcams for like, I don't know, a couple of weeks. But you got a boring lifestyle, man. I was about to switch somebody like, and his eyes just. So he goes to like ban me permanently. And I wait. I don't know how this keeps happening. But, oh, well. I got to stop.
Can I just interrupt, please, for a sec?
No, it's your channel. You may not.
I will, and I shall. um, Firstly, this lovely one here, the one that gets embarrassed nice and easily. You look over there. Look, I'm really sorry about your nasty bad news the other day. And I'm really, I'm also actually quite sad that I wasn't able to be about.
Oh,
You
that's
you
okay.
you were you know what I'm saying.
Don't worry. Don't worry about
And
it.
we're here for you. We all love you. And you got this, mate. You got this. And secondly, Cheryl,
Yes, sir.
not last year, the year before, from memory, you're the meteorologist, correct?
I'm what?
The meteorologist?
No, I'm an unemployed person on disability with a hearing impaired person.
Oh, okay.
So
See,
Different. There's more than one Cheryl.
there's more than one thing.
oh,
Probably more than one girl. Maybe you're thinking of someone else.
Right.
But I met
probably am.
Kathryn. I met Kathryn a couple of years ago. She was doing her firestorm sessions on about the fires, and she caught my attention, and she taught me an awful lot about fires, and I've been listening to her ever since. And she's a wonderful person, and
She
she is. Oh, come on,
she
she
is
is.
an absolute legend.
She's a wonderful
Absolute legend.
person. And
Yep.
I'm very sorry to hear about your brother, Kathleen. It's it's very sad about that whole thing. And I've had my own trials over the last couple of years too. Grateful that my grandchildren are here around with me. they're over in another part of Vancouver, but my daughter had died back in 2020. She had was with her boyfriend up in a place called Tulameen, and they had both transpired in a tragic leak, a propane tank accident.
Oh,
So together, so it's like this is like the third year for me to not have her around, but at least I have the grandchildren, and they're fabulous. They're like little right now, and they
yep,
keep me occupied the last.
And if you can go on, I can. You know, you taught me a lot of strength too. I about lost my mind with all this crap, but I really admire and respect you, and you're just the greatest person ever. Both of you guys are. All of you guys are. Like, I never thought I'd find such love and awesome people out there, but you
Well,
guys.
um,
love is out there. It's just sometimes it seems kind of fleeting. We live in in a very dark time right now. The whole thing about the Trump culture had affected not just the U.S. It affected Canada and United Kingdom. It affected Australia. It affected his impact reached the whole world. It's not just about what the U.S. is going through. The world is also going through this as well. So,
You know,
I think one part of the answer is about the love and about teaching each other about how we can arrive to a little bit better than where we were the last, 5, 6 years. But that's just my opinion, and it doesn't mean squat.
absolutely.
But it's part about what life is.
That's what it
yeah,
means to a fellow Australian. Like, big love, Cheryl. Like
Thank you,
as
Fred.
as Spud would say, the tribe is strong. Like that's exactly like
Mhm.
that. Um, yeah. Look,
yeah.
we're all here for the same reason, and you know, um, and that's why we're here now too. Like if it wasn't for Kathryn, like unfortunately, the Dixie, like, and don't take this wrong, Kathryn. If it wasn't for the Dixie fire, I wouldn't even know Kathryn. Oh well, I still don't know Kathryn, but I do. But like um,
I
that awful fire back then, right, brought a lot of people worldwide together. Like
Well, B,
yourself,
I was just going to say
Cheryl.
BC had our own fires as well. We've had some
yeah,
major
Yeah,
fires up here, so
yep.
that's
yeah.
And
our crews
Oh
that's
yeah.
went
it.
down into California, and then their crews came up to us. So we helped each
Yeah,
other out.
yep. And I think from memory, Australia flew crews across as well to help. But
Oh
but
yes,
what I'm
they do.
saying, but what I'm saying is like because like that year that was just shit everywhere. It was a horrible year for all
That was
over the
2020.
place.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah,
Australia
yeah,
had their significant fires too. Yeah, they did.
yeah. Like we had our firestorms, and then you guys had yours, and it just was a horrible thing.
And
But
out of fire, ash is fertilizing, and so there's destruction. Destruction makes creation. Like all these people, nice people brought together. And Smitty has
yeah,
a story about that if he wants to share it.
yeah,
And
and
then there's
I was
destruction.
hoping,
Then yeah,
yeah, and I was hoping Smitty you'd jump up on the panel. Um,
oh, that'd be cool.
it'd be really, really cool if you did, Mr. Smitty, Captain.
Yeah, I'm not. He's got a computer now. I'm not sure if. Yeah,
I'm
yeah. If it's a laptop, it should work.
Um,
Is
pardon
he
the
here?
pun, but I'm not.
You're still here?
Yeah, easy. Pardon the pun with my oxygen hose. I'm not holding my breath. But if he wants me to put the link back up, I will. No
Yeah, yeah,
worries.
yeah, yeah.
Like anybody that wants to pop up, tell me and I'll put the link up.
I got a funny
only-
story about Smitty, if you want.
Go ahead, tell it.
Let's go.
I've only met Smitty in chat rooms. I haven't met him in person yet, so go ahead.
Well, I haven't met him in person either. He's like half a world away, but and I'm jealous that he took Desi away from me because I was going to meet Desi in Santa Rosa, and she's like, "Bye," going across the country. I'm like, "Dang it! I was just about to go there."
What was
Anyway,
that?
yeah. So Smitty had like the worst cell phone and with the broken microphone that you could ever imagine. So when he was talking through it, imagine it like doing feedback or like taking a live microphone at a concert, walking over to a giant speaker and like the feedback and then him screaming into it, right? Because if he didn't scream into it, it was too soft. And then when he screamed, the feedback and the amount of fuzzy, it was like imagine an AM radio station like not coming in, but somebody cranks it to maximum volume and you kind of hear voices and stuff. I was understanding about every fifth word he said, and he was speaking real fast. And so I would say like, sorry, what is it? And he didn't understand how little I was understanding. And he would go on motivational speeches. I'd be like, he goes, do you know? And I'm like, I don't think so, but I know you're trying to cheer me up, you know. And then he would like repeat it, and I'd get part of it, but I came to the conclusion that this is kind of a forlorn hope. And every time I asked him to say what, he would yell, but every time he yelled, it was less clear. So one day he's telling me about motivation and how there's hope and stuff because I love the birds on the fire camps. Remember, I love the birds, like the vultures, the eagles and stuff, right? Yeah, and Spud Lee says they try to bury us, but they didn't know we were seeds. And we will grow. Merry Christmas, yes. Heck yes. You better ring your dad? Oh, yeah, that'll be good. And love, yes. And I was trying to send the love heart bubble to you when you said that, Spud. Yeah. So anyway, back to Smitty. So he's telling me about bird signs, and you know they're very they have a lot of meaning to Native Americans, but many cultures. I mean, the Romans to everybody, it's called augury when you read the future in birds as a portent. So I've had weird experiences where birds like saved me and can't explain it. So when I see birds on the cams, I get super excited, and it's not something I'm like 100% like, oh, I know that this is like going to mean that, but it's gives me superstitious awe. So he starts telling me about Maidu Indian beliefs and how many of them become bird rehabilitators and stuff. And I was like, cool. And I'm like, that's really cool. And he goes, this is what to a Maidu Indian, the turkey vultures mean on the, you know, and the Harris hawk and the bald eagle and the this, that, right? And so I'm trying to learn this stuff, but I'm really not making out a lot of what he says. And then he goes on to new subjects. So about 45 minutes later, he's talking about food and how I should eat better stuff. Right? And there was all that joke about how I should eat bone broth and pho. Like in that joke, what the pho was came out of that and stuff, right? So I said, well, what do you like to eat and stuff? And he goes on and goes, well, it's not really what I want to eat. It's what she likes to eat, you know? And I went, oh, yeah, her is a significant other. And he goes, yeah. And I said, she like vegan or something? Oh, no. She loves meat like there's no tomorrow. And I said, well, that's my kind of gal. You know, I love bacon and stuff. And I'm just trying to ask general polite questions and stuff. He goes, well, I prefer to do it outside. And I'm like, barbecue? He's like, yeah. And I said, I like barbecue. And he goes, oh, that's nice. And then I tell him about my southern relatives and their barbecue secrets and this and that. And he shares some secrets with me. And then we go on further. And then he goes, I don't know. She's been acting a little funny lately. I said, who? Oh, Moira. Oh, she has a name. Yeah, she has a name. I'm like, oh, tell me about her. She sweet, kind. He goes, well, can't be, I guess. I'm like, all right. So I said, what's the deal? Like, you just don't eat the same kind of stuff? He goes, well, no. Well, sometimes, you know, I like to go to the big box store and get a big amount of meat at once and then cook cook outside, and then I like to, share with Moira and anybody else who wants to eat. And I'm like, oh, that's generous. Cool, whatever. And then he goes, she doesn't live here. Because I was asking, I was kind of trying to get like, are you boyfriend and girlfriend? Together, can I tie the knot or something, And he's being a little slightly evasive, and it's not like I knew him that well yet, right? And so this is like in the middle of the fire stuff going on. We're talking like July or something, August, and when the Dixie Fire is happening. So we'd had a couple of conversations before, and then he said, "Well, she comes and goes, and oh boy, when it's dinner time, though, she's here." And I said, "Oh yeah, through the stomach. What does that say? Best way through a man's heart is through his stomach." And man, I'm attracted to guys who know how to cook too, because I can't at all. I would love to have a chef. And he's like, well, she does her own thing. She's pretty independent. And, but what, I try to just keep an open invitation, and she comes around. And I said, great. So what do you mean she's been weird lately? I forgot about that. What do you mean by that? And he's like, well, I don't think she's feeling well. I said, COVID? He goes, hope not. I'm like, oh, okay. And he goes, I don't think so, because it's gastric. I went, oh, well, it could be. I mean, I had gastric symptoms when I had COVID. And he goes, well, he like shrug type answer, So I said, well, what else are the symptoms here? I said, well, just not really acting like herself, like when people have energy and they don't. I went, oh, right. Okay, lack of energy. That could still be COVID. Sneezing, he laughs. Okay, no sneezing. So I'm starting to go through this in my head. And then I said, well, what do you mean gastric, like diarrhea? He goes, no, thank God. And I said, well, then heartburn? He goes, well, I'll tell you what happened. So I go out for the barbecue, and I'm cooking, and then I give her a lot of meat, and she had a good appetite. And I'm like, well, that's good. She ate a lot? Oh, yeah, she ate a lot. And I said, great. And then he said, it got messy, though. And she then quickly left. And I said, messy? What kind of messy? And he goes, well, she vomited meat all over me.
Oh no.
Damn.
Oh,
And I said,
damn.
holy crap. And I said, well, I don't mean to say anything, but was it your cooking? Like, did you get ill? Was it just from the store that way, He goes, no, of course I didn't get ill. And I said, what? And he goes, I said, did you not eat it? And he goes, of course I ate it. But she ate it raw. What? I said, is this salmon?
dear.
Is this salmon or something? Like, is this sushi? He's like, no, it's beef and ribs and stew meat. And I said, she ate raw stew meat. And you guys were wondering why she got sick? He goes, yeah, she vomited raw meat all over me. It was disgusting. I went, Smitty, what the hell?
Oh my goodness.
I think there's a problem, and now I'm thinking, how well do I know this guy?
The bloody hell,
goes-
Smitty.
He goes, did I not tell you that? Oh, did I not tell you? And I said, tell me what? Like, ready to hang up. He goes, Moira's an eagle.
Oh, bloody hell.
She's a bald eagle or something. Or a golden
Cold
eagle.
eagle.
Wow.
Oh my God, it was great though. If I had only recorded this would have been the most viral conversation in the world.
It would have been.
Bloody hell,
Ah.
Smitty.
Yeah, so he adopted an eagle, and he was trying to tell me about how he provides food for her because she's not 100%. So she
Yeah.
comes around when she's unsuccessful in hunts, and then sometimes he reads signs of pork fence in it, like Native Americans would interpret, and kind of like I do with the birds and the cows. Oh my gosh! So I was like, I've got to meet those Moira. I was first. It didn't register with him when I was trying to say, will two of you ever come out here and visit one day? I thought they were engaged.
Yeah.
He'll
Oh
just
God,
put
he
her in a
must not be
box and
here.
fly her over.
Huh?
He'll just put her in the box and fly her over.
Oh, put him
Her
in the
ticket's
box
cheap.
and her fly
Put her in the box and fly her over.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, this is awesome.
Well,
And I
maybe,
thought
So-
he.
maybe she'll follow the jet. Who knows?
Yeah. So Smithy, I know you're in the background here lurking. We do sort of, I don't know, a full explanation as to why you didn't make yourself clear enough, my friend. Putting
If it was
poor
his
Kathryn
intention
through
to,
that.
if it was his intention to screw with me, he did that a little too well. And I got my karma handed to me. Oh my
dear.
God.
But
Oh,
from one seafarer to another, like me and Smithy, that's how we roll. But
no.
yeah, yeah, that's funny.
Oh, I think he may be boycotting me because I told him my blood isn't blue, or at least it's usually red.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. Here you are, Smitty. I almost had a heart attack. You said somebody vomited raw meat on your head. Oh, on his head. I rolled around. I fell off my chair, rolled around, wheezed laughing, and nearly having a heart attack in delight when I found out I was an eagle.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Matthew Wiseman, thank
good.
you very much for popping in.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Matthew.
Same time to you, Matthew. Keep safe, keep warm, and keep well, and have a great day.
Good day, mate.
Mate.
Mm-hmm.
Have a great day, mate.
Wow.
Chuck another shrimp on the barbie. Oh, there's no point having a barbie. You end up throwing
Rotten raw stew mean.
Yeah.
That must have been hilarious.
So, Smitty, so what do you got to say about that, mate? Have you got a reply about that?
Were you messing with me? I have to know.
I'm on.
It's one thing to talk about a bird, but an actual bird.
Yeah, especially a chundering bird.
Chundering. That means vomiting. I had to look up.
They talk about birds in UK, but in other parts of the world, oh, I met a bird, and she was just lovely. She got this lovely flight about her arms, and she just moves so well. She's got beautiful sass and all that.
That's
But
right.
her mother and her father.
But it turns out that he's talking about a real eagle and not a female.
Oh.
Female human.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But that's real. Like John Lennon was calling chicks birds in A Hard Day's Night and all that, and I was like, what? But so I had to look up the lyrics and translate the Men Down Under song. I come from a land down under. So the opening line is traveling on a Fright Air combi on a hippie trail head full of zombie, and then he goes something later in the song about chundering, and I'm like, chundering. It means puking.
Puking, yeah.
Puking. Got it. Oh, Smitty replied.
We've yet to see what Frankie the Hawk gets up to, and Moira's been up to lately.
He's avoiding the question.
Has Moira got a boyfriend?
She's female, right? I mean, mhm.
Well, Frankie could be a female too. Who knows?
Anything can be these days, but
Yeah.
you know, yeah. I
Whatever.
I needed that laugh. It's just something about
You
that.
gotta have a
Just
laugh.
yeah, you do. And
Yeah.
my brother would have found this whole thing hilarious, and I wish I had had him on stream. And like what I just bought him was the the Alexa thing with the screen. Because he was
Yep.
completely computer illiterate. I don't think he ever saw my channel. I mean, maybe once or something. And it was one of those questions I was going to ask. Um, but and the thing is, I was covering the fires that he was in too, the ones up by Nevada City. But he didn't have internet at all up there, and that was just one of those tragedies. But if he ever caught the stream, I don't know. But I was going to tell you that I'm more at peace now. I even forgot to say this on my own stream. His widow called me, my sister-in-law, and I didn't know what happened because I knew he'd been fighting cancer 15, 18 years. He was so
Yep.
computer illiterate. I was just going to give him this Alexa thing where he would press the button, we'd video conference, and maybe I could have him on the show too. I mean, he was had the tongue cancer and the big lump thing, and then that we thought was done by late 2017 or so, or at least by 2019, with the Paradise Fire. And all sympathy was with my brother who survived the Paradise Fire at that point. And that Christmas sucked.
So he had
But at
cancer.
least,
Your brother had cancer for 20 years.
yeah.
Wow.
So
Yeah.
I'm thinking 15, 18 years. So when we thought he beat it for good in 2019, we were like around the fire, at Christmas, and my other brother just lost everything. And then he reveals, I go in for the routine blood tests, and he had a PSA count, and he had prostate cancer.
It's amazing.
So my dad survived it in the 90s when that was rare to survive it. And so I remember one of the last things I did was slap him on the back and smile and say, well, it's come so far now. You caught it early. This is going to be a cakewalk. And regret
Mm.
saying stuff like that. But we had every expectation it would go smoothly. I think his prostate was removed, and then we thought everything was good for a while. And then just as I was about to go see him right before 2020, it comes back. So he completely self-isolates, goes through rounds of chemo, and I don't actually remember the last time I saw him in the flesh. It must have been late 2017. And so all 2020 goes by. He manages to avoid COVID and all this stuff, dodges 6 different wildfires. And then his wife has a heart attack in the middle of the wildfire. And I told the story about Cal Fire dropping on the fire on the back of the house, right, as they escaped.
Well, so not only did he have cancer, he was fighting forest fires, and his wife had a heart attack. That's a lot of stress for one family.
Oh
You know,
yeah, he wasn't a firefighter, but he was evacuated 6 times from Nevada City. I mean, he was very sick.
wow.
Like he had been damaged by the chemo from just doing it for so long, and he was a guinea pig for experiments with UC Davis, and they saved him when it seemed like he was hopeless. So I would like to think he's a hero in that way. So yeah, they and my dad finally said enough of this and helped him relocate down to the valley after this 6th evacuation, right? And so to be closer to the chemo and treatment centers, the mountains doesn't have good stuff. And so we thought everything was good, decent. And then, they said we can't really detect where this is coming from in 2020. It's PSA, so it's probably prostate cancer, but I think that was removed. And so they couldn't on scans do anything. They said, well, just put you on chemo anyway.
So do
So
you just had a question for you, Kathleen. Do you believe that cancer is already inside the body and comes out, or is cancer actually caught? What's your theory on that?
oh
Because you've lived with cancer or had cancer in your family over the last 20 years. And I've had that same thing too. So I'm beginning to wonder whether cancer is in the body and pops out, or is cancer something that you catch as you age or as you get older. So
Well, we know
that's
sorry. We know the cause is that it's uncontrolled cell growth. Um, so all of our DNA is the blueprints of, say, like a house, like an architect's blueprints. And so there's limits on what cells are supposed to be, where they're supposed to be, and how fast they're supposed to grow and replace themselves. And so cancer is out of control growth. And it steals a blood supply from the good cells to feed itself and destroys the others in its path. And so what that is damage to DNA, damage to the
It,
blueprints. So
it's being greedy. It's
right.
going.
And
Dum, 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 dum.
so yeah, cancer was extremely rare in the ancient world, medieval times, Renaissance, and up until industrialization. So we know there's plenty of toxic things that will damage your DNA. Like cadmium is the worst thing in cigarettes. We now know
yeah,
that and your own immune system fights cancer every day. You get it every day. It will find and seek out and destroy these rogue cells and take care of them. And that's the way the
that's how
normal
it works.
body works. But cadmium, we've figured out as a heavy metal, it's in soil, tobacco plants pick it up, suck it up, and then the smoker inhales it. Cadmium alters the DNA and turns off the response of the immune system cells. So they
Yep.
can't
Cadmium's
detect it,
bad.
they walk
Yeah,
past, right? So there's a combination of environmental DNA damaging things, and even the sunlight does that. So I'll probably get skin cancer the way I got sunburn in California. And our damage to the ozone layer, we had to thank for that. And nuclear testing damaged the atmosphere and the ozone layer a lot more than anybody wants to imagine. So you look at 1950s and the nuclear tests and cancer rates skyrocketed. So you got that. The nuclear tests are about 6,000 nukes dropped over time on the surface of the planet, and we are now all eating radioactive food and being in radioactive water. And you look at Chernobyl, that didn't help anything.
yeah.
So we cannot escape that. And so everywhere we look, we've got these poisons corrupting our DNA. Plus, we have a genetic propensity. So anybody, if you don't know who you're marrying, like unless maybe in the future we would know who your partner is, and if you have one gene that's propensity for breast cancer and you marry somebody who also has it, you got the double chance. And there's all sorts of things like that. But we'll know more in the future. But I think that yeah, we get cancer every day, and mostly our bodies take care of it. But something has to prevent it.
The really big precursor to it. Yeah,
Yeah. So
See,
with my dad's side of the family, prostate cancer is a thing.
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just about to say I worked on a ship back in the late 80s, early 90s that used to dump all nasty heavy metals into the ocean
Hmm.
south of Tasmania back in the days where ocean dumping was allowed, right?
God. Yeah.
Right, but it's not allowed now. But like, I'm one of three left,
Mm,
right, out of three crews of nine. So it's nine threes, 27, whatever it is. Um, like, um, cadmium was one,
oh God.
mangan,
Manganese.
manganese, cadmium, all the heavy metals,
Hmm.
right, plus all the acids, like the actual tanks was silver, right?
Hmm.
Right. That's what they did to the tanks. The stuff's called jarosite, Jarosite, jarosite. Um, and it's just a combination of really nasty stuff.
Sure.
Um,
Yeah. Well, that's been where I'm at in the curve of the cancer. Was that both my parents had cancer, my uncle had cancer, so it's already like three or well, it's basically one generation of people, the three people that out of my family that were entirely sort of wiped out of my out of the spear. So
Yep.
you're right. It is about the combination of chemicals versus nature versus
Environmental. Yeah.
environmental. You
And
know,
Yeah.
plus,
it's
it's a
all
lot
everything.
more. Yeah, plus the dioxins. Dioxins are about the worst thing ever. This is why firefighters come down with cancer. So when they inhale burning plastic, dioxins and such, and of course if you eat contaminated fish or anything else, the dioxins go in your bloodstream. Your bloodstream goes to every organ of your body, and so ironically, this if you're ever peeing blood, this is why you should get checked out for kidney cancer immediately. Message was geared towards firefighters, and I have not been one. I have not even been around enough, even though I make it my business to go visit wildfire places. I don't think I've been around enough to have gotten ill. I know better than to kick up dust and breathe it. And, I change my shoes and hose them off because I know firefighters do that. But it's mostly like the burning vinyl, the burning plastic, and it will go around in your bloodstream. And the bad thing about dioxins is anywhere your blood supplies oxygen, which is every organ, gets a dose of this, and then it settles in your organs. And so it builds up in your organs, in the spleen, the liver, and stuff that we can't really purge. And so I just found out
Yeah.
something. This
Yeah.
Hershey nugget right here, this Hershey nugget is probably
Yep.
filled with lead and cadmium. I can't believe this. I
Wow.
now want to get tested. I eat a lot of
Cadmium was
chocolate.
another one. Mercury.
Yeah.
Yep.
There's mercury in
Yep.
fish.
So
Well,
California, our well water, God, there's so much. The old flame retardant was dioxins. It's in 84% of California's well water. PG&E, good old PG&E was tainting well water before it was cool and giving people cancers, covering
yep.
it up. Aaron
Yep.
Brockovich movie. Plus, we had DDT as our thing, and DDT stays in fat cells and your internal organs for 30 plus years. So as a
Yeah. Yeah.
kid,
And
it's probably just
It's
now.
roundabout.
like
It's
And
just now leaving my
roundabout.
it's like
body.
In roundabout, they had used roundabout to kill
Roundup.
off the roundup. Yeah, they had
yeah,
used the
round up.
roundup to kill up the weeds out of the vineyards and things like that. So in California,
Yeah. Yeah. It's
So
like magic mushrooms. I know up in Canada you can get the micro doses and all that from the shop and all the chemist or the whatever, but the strychnine that's in it, the actual
strychnine,
the
strychnine,
strychnine,
strychnine.
yeah.
Yeah,
poison.
Well, that stays in your body.
What?
It hangs in there. It just hangs with you. You know.
Strychnine.
Strychnine. The
I think it
uh,
was
the
strychnine. It's strychnine off the bark of trees. Is that what you're saying? You know,
magic
Uh,
mushrooms.
I don't. Are magic mushrooms?
Yeah.
Oh, not. I don't think I've heard of strychnine being with.
yeah,
There
I
are
don't.
different types of mushrooms that are very poisonous. I don't know if they have had strychnine in the mushrooms itself.
Hang on. Let
Yeah,
me look.
It's possible. I don't really know.
okay. Some of them, like the fly agaric, the red and white spotted ones, our livers cannot handle. But guess what? Reindeer can handle it. I got a very bizarre story for you that's very Christmas appropriate. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Bring
And
it on.
I'll go back to the thing I just found out about my brother. I was kind of recapping it before I was going to tell you, but now that we're talking about mushrooms, and I have never heard of straight up toxicity from the magic ones, like the ones under the cow patties, but there's different classes of magic mushrooms that have to go through the liver of a reindeer first before you're okay with it, right? So the fly agaric, or whatever you call that, is a red and white mushroom. Remember this.
Hmm.
So reindeer, it grows in the northern forests, boreal forest, blah 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 blah, Siberia, where those reindeer herder people hang out and they ride reindeers and they get reindeer sleighs. So the Sami people, the northern Scandinavia, the Siberian, they have a long tradition of tripping on the fly mushroom, even though it's toxic to humans. So what they figured out was their reindeer would eat it, and their reindeer would trip. These reindeer would just jump around and skip with joy, and they would be jumping great heights. They were just absolutely wired, like they had just consumed 1.5 pounds of coffee beans or something, right? And they were blissful and glassy-eyed and high. So what they figured out was they could drink the urine of the reindeer. I don't think they put a steaming cup under their hoo-ha and collected it and or anything. To my understanding, they would dehydrate it, like boil it off. There's a residue at the bottom. It'd be a lot less disgusting if that was the case. So what it does is a powerful hallucinogen, and so when they would look at their own reindeer herds, they would imagine them flying. So their Santa Claus figure he was either like a dwarf or elf mystical creature, like a god that would come bringing presents, because it's like, the elf and the shoemaker legends where the elves come, and as long as you don't watch them do their work, they may bless you if you need help and that kind of stuff. And so this elf creature was, immortal and a helper, and rode around flying reindeer and wore the colors of the magic mushroom, which was the red and the white. And I'm not making this up. This is where the legend comes from. Their folklore. I can't make this up.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, but strychnine, I don't think so. I just tried to look it up. Where does strychnine come from? Strychnine poison.
I used to remember that, but I can't at the moment. So
Facts about
I'll let you look it up.
Sure, okay. It's a white, odorless, bitter, crystalline powder that can be taken by mouth, inhaled, breathed in, or mixed in a solution and given intravenously. It is a strong poison. Only a small amount is needed to produce severe effects. Strychnine poisoning can cause extremely serious adverse health effects, including death. Well, yeah. So the plant is found in southern Asia, India, Sri Lanka, the East Indies, Australia. In the past, it was available in a pill form and used to treat many human ailments. Today, it's usually a pesticide or something used to kill rats. Uncommonly, strychnine is found mixed with street drugs like LSD, heroin, and coke. Well, that's evil. So let's see, what was it for? Let's see. Prevents proper orientation of the chemical that controls nerve signals to muscles. It's like an off switch for your muscles. And so when the off switch does not work correctly, muscles throughout the body have severe painful spasms. Even though the person's conscious or thinking are not affected, except the person is very excitable and in pain, eventually the muscles tire, the person cannot breathe. Oh my God. So agitation, fear, restlessness, blah, 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 blah. What was it used for? Why would anybody have taken a diluted version?
Well, if I remember to some degree, back in the 1800s, they used to write murder stories, and they used to use strychnine as part of the component to kill somebody off, sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a common rat poison.
It was common rat poison, so they would kill the rats with it, but they also would stick it in people's food to murder them all. No.
Strychnine uses for health. Let me just see what.
But for health reasons, I don't know.
Oh, it's no longer used medicinally. It was used historically in small doses to strengthen muscle contractions, such as the heart and bowel stimulant. And it wasn't a performance-enhancing drug. No way.
No.
According to the wiki. Dude. Wow. Okay. I guess you can use it as a laxative.
Yeah. Like 100 years ago, people thought differently than we do now. So.
Yeah, but that's a good thing for you. And I'll try to look up the magic mushroom thing. We just mostly legalized it in some of the liberal counties of Oregon.
They do. They have legalized it in Canada. There are people who actually what I don't do mushrooms or smoke pot. But basically, what I observed was that people used to go out to somewhere on the street and they would buy their drugs or buy a friend who used to sell the stuff. But then they made shops for people to actually go out and buy them. And they're far more popular now than even liquor stores at this point.
Yeah.
So basically, they'll go and buy the stuff, but they still have, in my point of view, maybe that's slowly changing over time. But the way I looked at it was that people would actually go into the shop, buy their stuff, and then sort of stash it in their parka in their coat and walk off, sort of thing, as if it was
Well,
still sort of taboo. So the taboo part is slowly edging out, so it's more mainstream, and
well,
some communities are you know have no problems with walking around with it.
yeah. See, from the Canadians that I know that get it and use it and muck around with it, whatever, um, get it delivered to their door via post, and it's in a proper package,
Yeah.
and so and it says it's called shrooms, SHROOMS, shrooms.
Well,
Um,
yeah, they have proper vials and containers and packets for it, so
yeah, and it's
they're
all like
labeled.
little micro doses of it all. Um,
It's labeled like medicine now. So
yeah. That's like look, that's like my this here, me that's my cannabis oil, right?
Hmm.
Um, like I can't smoke it no more, obviously, because of my lungs. But like I noticed over in Canada, I was just about to say Canada, over in Canada,
Yeah.
they I do it all the time, Kathryn. I always say Canada, but um,
How cute.
but like over in California, you can basically just buy it from the
well,
Well,
yeah. Basically, what they used to do is, like you guys have heard about the body shop where you buy and go you buy little vials for like frankincense or other types of uh,
yeah
uh, smellology type of stuff. You
yeah
can go in and buy your stuff. Well, it's the same thing that is sold in the pot stores, except it's in little vials, and you don't have to smoke it anymore. You could actually, put it into a vapor and vape it or something
hmm.
else. So,
yeah
or
like
or,
mine like
or,
my
or stick it in
my,
a little vial and put it in your mouth and drink it, sort of thing.
yeah
I
like, like,
I've only heard of
like,
making the
like,
world's most disgusting sandwich with it.
What's that?
It's a hippie thing. So whenever I ask people how is it, and
oh,
I have no experience with it by the way.
making
I
butter,
what?
I know.
making butter, like making butter,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Um, then
So
I'll get it.
go
But
ahead.
cannabis oil butter.
oh, cannabis. I thought you were
Oh,
talking
okay.
about mushrooms. I was going, maybe if you sauteed it in butter, it would taste better. But I was like, asking people in high school and stuff back in that era, what is it like? I'm totally scared of some sort of a hallucinogenic thing, right? And
Yeah,
they were warning me that it can be bad or it can be like one of the best experiences of your life. Some people are affected more than others. Some can take a huge amount, walk around and pass off as being normal. Some people will be
Well,
almost brain damaged. And then I said, well, what is it like? Like it's a tastes good mushroom? And they go, no, it tastes like the cow shit that I was grown in. And they said it's the world's most disgusting sandwich. You just
but it
yeah, yeah.
I tried it a few times, but it didn't really affect me that much. So I didn't really like it, so I didn't really pursue it. But
they may have
one
given you
time,
some swag.
well, I was kind of busy smoking my cigarettes anyways, and I quit drinking, so like I don't really have a whole lot of spices that like so the spice of life is the day when I wake up and see the sunrise and
Yeah.
sunsets, and that's where I'm heading into, sort of thing.
Well,
But one day my ex-husband decided to have some, and he started having the giggles, and he couldn't stop. And it's like, what is wrong with you? And it's just the effects of the as what it does medicinally is to give them the giggles. and
Yeah.
he couldn't stop. So it hits part of the brain that gives you the giggles in some people, and other
Yeah.
parts it just gets the releases the pressure of the depression or pain or whatever else.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I knew a
Pardon me.
terribly afflicted person, and I can't say too much about their identity, but one of the most intense interviews I've ever done, which was not formal. No idea how, if, when, or if I can publish this interview. And I was super respectful about it, just letting him do his own talking. But this gentleman survived the Bali bombing. Australians know more about that than Americans.
Yeah.
Americans have kind of forgotten about it because more
Yeah.
Australians were vacationing at Bali when Al Qaeda hit that
Mhm.
country and blew up a nightclub in an adjacent building, I believe, and started these fires. And most people perished by burning alive in these fires, not getting out of these rattan, kind of tinderbox kind of structures that you'd have in the tropics. And so he was a survivor of this thing, blown on his back, walking down the street, turns around, tries to help fire victims out of an alley, but there's a locked gate. And the horror that unfolded, and so he had extreme PTSD. Extreme. He
Yeah.
said, I need to find this guy. I grabbed his arm and I pulled him out of the pile of burning people. All the skin came off his arm.
Oh
He was
God.
screaming at me, but I did it anyway. I have to find him, make sure he's okay, and apologize. And I was like, no, you don't. He's going to be grateful he's alive, mate. Certain death in the pile, right? You did what you had to do. But he couldn't let this go. And I realized he's got serious problems. And I kept saying, you're a hero, mate. And he goes, call me that one more time and I'm never talking to you again. Like he was,
Yeah.
but actually like in tears.
Yeah.
And so he kept trying to convince me that he was a jerk and that he had just made the situation worse. And I said, mate, have you talked to professionals? And I'm just asking questions and trying to make you feel better. But I will shut up now. Just tell me your story if you want. And we got back to he's like, yes, I've seen every kind of person, therapy, whatever, and I'm hopeless and I can no longer function in the world. This is with me. I close my eyes, it's with me. I smell burning toast and it's with me. And so I cannot leave this scene. I'm still there. And so then later I checked back in with him and said, there's new things out there. Just sign up make yourself a guinea pig, right? So he signed up for the magic mushroom therapy. And they were going to have to fly him out of Australia to Israel because Australia was, God, I'm sorry, your country's backwards when it comes to
Yeah. I was trying to say, oh, no, no,
natural.
no, no, you can't do
He's in
that.
Tasmania.
When it
He's in
comes to
Tasmania, not
natural,
north.
yes, when it
Yeah.
comes to like drug policy, right?
Yeah.
And so he couldn't fly because of his condition. So he was trying to figure out how was somebody with severe PTSD going to get on an airplane. Al Qaeda does things with airplanes, and so he never wanted to fly, wanted to do anything. I said, take a boat.
Yeah.
Right. But he, when he started talking about it, I began researching it. And so it turns out that this, with guided therapy, the way you're supposed to do it, like in Oregon and other places, you're supposed to buy your shrooms and you're supposed to go experience guided therapy. It helps with couples therapy and then sorting through trauma because it'll help you relive the scene, but file away the memories in a way that lets you leave the scene behind. And it can be interactive. He can talk to this guy all he wants on the trip and explain his feelings and maybe see the kind of response that you and I would already know this guy would have, right? This guy would probably thank him, shake his hand, give him a hug.
But and then the actual end result is he'll get a bit of an answer, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
With the therapy. instead of just copping that side effects and all the flashbacks and all that, right? You get the effects and all that, but then you get half a bit of a uh, what the way the chemical pop um, composition works, right? And it makes your brain go right. It helps your brain process um, that nasty.
The pain. It helps you process the pain.
Yep.
Yeah, other
And
drugs numb it so you avoid it. This will make you just
yeah,
like
hang on. I've got a cough.
Cheryl. Have you ever thought about some of this? Like it might help you, or
Um,
Just excuse me for a sec. Just talk amongst yourselves. I'll be back in a sec.
Cheryl,
have
we're
I
in control.
Hello.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
Uh, well, basically, I've been offered, drugs to try and curb some of the memory problems of some of the trauma that I have been through. Um, but it hasn't really. I don't think that using those kinds of heavy-ended drugs really will solve the problem. It's my way of being able to do that without the drugs is where I want to arrive at. So
Of course.
so
Um, that's good. And if it's guided, I think it's totally different than like going on a trip. Because I mean, people. I fear that people will just go out and get high and think I'm going to get better. And one of the things that
well, some people it does work. They can do those drugs and compartmentalize for themselves about how and put put that pain and make it work for them, and other people have to find another way. And the way
yeah.
I've
Well,
always
yeah.
processed pain was through talk therapy. So if I talk long and hard enough, it'll be processed in my own brain and it'll be accepted. So that's the way I'm going for it now.
Oh, sure. And what I think that people don't realize is if you do a hallucinogen, the trip that you're on could be the worst nightmare from hell from whatever you experience. You have to
Yeah,
have a guide. And that's the thing that everybody always told me in high school. That's what Native Americans say, and that's what all these therapists say is you don't do it alone, you don't do it without a guide, and you don't
exactly.
go in without a plan, and you don't go in without knowing dosage and whatever, because people end up in loony bins. Uh,
Well, that's the other side of it. Is that if that you can end up in a loony bin because you did. So you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So
yeah. Good night, Smitty. Sorry. Good night, Smitty. Merry Christmas, and hopefully you're on the show next time. But I still want an
yeah.
answer. Did you prank me? Good night, dear.
Good night, Smitty.
Smitty, you're off, mate. Um, is
He
is
didn't.
Buck
He
your
didn't really give me an
girlfriend?
answer.
Yeah. Well, I'm starting to wonder: is Buck the boyfriend, or is Boiler the girlfriend?
He probably has a pet deer he hasn't told us about. That's good. Good night.
Good on you,
Good
Smitty.
night, Smitty.
Love you, mate.
Yep.
You're a good man.
Yep. You are. You're precious. I'm glad I didn't block him before I knew Moira wasn't in. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, the bird blew chunks on my shirt.
Oh, bloody hell, Smitty. You're a funny man. I'll tell you what, you are a funny man.
Holy crap.
Oh
Star of the show,
no.
man. All right. So I want
You're
to
a
finish.
good fella.
I want to finish the new revelation I had about my brother when my sister-in-law called. Just because I don't want that to be like I'm waiting to talk about that again. Let's just get that over with. I'm more at peace now. No, Desiree's last name is Buckman. That's Buck, and I knew that, but I was gonna wait for you to say that. It's like it's one of those taboos. You don't tell people's real names on the internet because it's terrible to have your real name on the internet. Mine is, but okay, whatever. I'm more at peace. I was really distressed because my brother fought cancer for so long, and then it came back, and then he had prostate cancer, which he fought, conquered, then came back late 2019 or early 2020. Right about the same time Paradise burned down. It was a sucky year and a sucky Christmas, and oh boy, we thought, oh, it can't get any worse. 2020 then came. So, wait, Paradise was late 2018. I'm getting my years confused. So, he was in isolation all 2020, 2021. A brief moment of time, I could have probably visited him, but I was doing Firestream all 2021. Like, that's when the Dixie happened. So, I go down to California this 4th of July, 2022. I thought it was going to be for 2 weeks. Oh my God, I'm there for 2 months. And I go down to the valley after I started getting really tired. Wanted to see him before going back to Oregon to figure out my health plan. And couldn't because he was in isolation. And then I heard the bad news that they found that cancer was in his bones now, in the upper femurs. And then there was wild rumors about, is he dying? Is he going to go in the hospice? Is this? But then cutting through the BS and the rumor mill, the direct conversation was, it's not that much in the bones, and they could drill pins in so they could still perhaps walk and stuff. And maybe even those joints you can replace. And the chemo he did was keeping it at bay. So my utter shock was, here I am buying him Christmas presents, and I did not go down this December because of my own health is in shambles. Obvious reasons. So here I am writing his Christmas card, ready to contact him and say it's late. And here I'm like, now I could possibly hook up this Alexa thing to my stream and maybe even, have him on if he wanted to be a guest or something like that. And ask him about his life. And then all of a sudden I get a phone call, he's dead by 7 o'clock that evening. And so I'm thinking the wild stuff, is it an accident? Was it a horrible medication mix-up? Was it, did he fall? What the hell happened? Did they screw up at the hospital? Because I'm hearing he's awake at the hospital, and all of a sudden I'm hearing he's dead at the hospital. So my sister-in-law put it to rest. She calls me. And I was afraid of calling her. Like, am I going to interrupt her? Is she sleeping? Is she finally resting? Is it, that stuff goes to your head. And I'm afraid of what I'm going to hear. It's just stuff, And so she calls me, thank God. And she was relieved and said, since she was talking a million miles an hour, she had a lot of phone calls to make and hadn't slept very well. I was very confused because she first said, oh, he died peacefully in his sleep. Then she was like, oh, he was rushed to the hospital and talking and then died. I'm like, well, which is it? And I heard my dad was with him at the hospital, and then I'm hearing that, no, Dad didn't make it to the hospital in time. So I'm going, sorry? So rewinding a lot with her and going from start to finish. Relatives came for Christmas. Apparently people were being allowed to see him. I'm now ragingly jealous. I don't know why I wasn't, but they are. So it may have been in between rounds of chemo. I don't know. And now I regret not going to the family reunion this December. Oh, well. So that's another thing that was eating me up. So she goes, look, you wouldn't have wanted to see him in this state. Well, I don't care what he looked like, honestly, but I just let her say that. And she said that somebody came over and this relative found him unresponsive. But the relative didn't get the memo that there's no point in resuscitation. And there's no desire. So this relative calls 911, begins CPR. So the paramedics come. And my sister-in-law was already, removing a lock of hair and ready to say goodbye. And they're like pushing her aside and going, man, we got to resuscitate. And she's trying to explain to them that's not wanted or necessary. But without a sheet of paper or a necklace or something,
Yeah.
they do their job, right?
Yep, I've got my DNA down there. I know
What you
what
gotta
you're on
do.
about. Yep.
That's what you gotta do. And so I the hospital wasn't too far away. So he goes into the emergency room and they totally zapped him back on the living room floor or whatever it was. And so he's conscious, I think, in the ambulance, conscious in the hospital. So then the calls go around for people to show up at the hospital. I guess dad did not make it, but his son, my nephew, did. So once in the hospital, it's become clear what the wishes are. And um, people went in there and began saying goodbye. He was in good spirits, knew everything was happening to him, said he wasn't in any pain, said don't be sad, and the kind of things I know that he would say. And then his son went off into the hallway, and my sister-in-law goes, "Well, you know how usually the dying wait for somebody to leave the room." And I'm like, "No, I don't.
Mhm.
How the hell would I know that?" And she goes, "Oh, right, you're not a nurse." I'm like, "Right, I'm not a nurse." So she is. So
Mhm.
she was just like talking nurse stuff to me, and some of her stuff was in technical talk that I did not understand. So when I finally got her to slow down, I feel so much better that he had a heart attack. And he didn't feel it the first time. He just closed his eyes and slept. And then he didn't feel it the second time either. They walked back in the room and he's closed his eyes. So they did not, they got the crash carts and everything ready, but then they obeyed the wishes and that was it.
Yep.
So at least it wasn't painful. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
he
Yeah.
made his own decision and nobody else had to. So,
That's,
That's the way it should be.
yeah. And
You
it's
know.
a good thing, if you can call it a good thing. Yep. Yep.
yeah. So,
How you got to call it?
hmm?
How you got to call it?
How you got to call it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And that's a
Yeah.
good thing you've done. And I don't have my own thing set up, but I'm gonna be a big girl, put up my big girl pants and doing just like he did, and because I'd hate to put my mom through that or something, you know.
When my mom died, they didn't have uh, what's the word? It's advocate right to die back in the 90s. So she had the choice of either going to the hospital or staying at home. She decided to stay at home and die. Whereas my dad, when he passed away, he was given that legal choice of having the use of advocate's right to die. Uh, the the whole the whole thing though at the time was that he was 80 years old. He had been told he had cancer. He had bowel cancer. They did surgery, and then they after the during the surgery, instead of just removing the cancer, they also cut into one of the nerve of his legs, and then he couldn't walk. So and he knew that, and he was quite angry about it, obviously,
Hmm.
and then had decided, well, I'll try and get through this. But after having the excuse the expression fucking nurses had decided to um, put him into a lounge area for patients to so they can chat with their loved ones or chat with other people in the room, etc. They left him in the chair too long. He was in excruciating pain, and then put him back into bed. So after those kinds of experiences, it was then up to the hospital to then say, okay, well, we will provide you this service, and we will do that for you, but not giving any kind of apology for it. We'll just give you the shot and say goodbye. It was essentially is what he did. So, um, but when my daughter died, she didn't even know that it was happening for her. So, you know, is it better to know than not know? Yes, it is, obviously. But to not die in the anger would be preferable. But we're only given the situation at the time that we're given. I
Yep.
believe. So
See,
your
I
brother,
was
your brother made
told.
the right choice.
Yeah. See, I was told with this, with my lung condition, that I should have something somewhere as to what to do. Like every time I go to hospital, they run me through the same old shit. Do you want to be resuscitated or do you want to be in there? Do not resuscitate, blah blah blah. Like so, I've got a little magnet on my fridge. Telling them where to get the envelope with me green envelope, as they call it over here, the green envelope with my instructions of.
Have you got your instructions on your phone?
We don't have that option.
Really? Because
No.
in Canada they do have your medical app on your phone where you can have some of your records or partial set of your records. You can also take a picture of your papers, and so if you run into trouble, you can say, "Well, here it is on my phone," and show them
Yeah.
Wow.
Right.
physically on your
Right.
phone. So you can do that.
Yeah.
I don't
You
know
see,
whether
like,
the courts would accept that, but
You
that
just
see,
that
see over here, it's like here's me folder, me green folder, right, or a duplicate of me green folders at the hospital, whether it be in Devonport or Burnie or Launceston or Hobart or even over in Melbourne.
yeah, but the whole thing is that when in the moment you don't have that kind of time for waiting for some administrator to say, "Hey, yeah, he can do that. Yes,
Oh,
or
I'm
no, he
here.
can't."
Yeah, totally
But
understand. Yeah,
if it's on
yeah,
your phone and you can say that for yourself, well, hey, it's on my phone right here. You can read it,
yeah,
or
well,
yeah,
send it to a printer and print it off.
you know,
yeah. But it's
Cheryl.
on their whole system. It's on their computer system.
Yeah.
So
Cheryl, you
I
just gave
call.
me the.
Go ahead, Calvin.
Sorry,
Sorry.
go, Kathryn.
I
You're
was just
right.
gonna say, you just gave me the greatest inspiration for a plot twist of like a horror movie or a suspense thriller,
What?
and that is assassinate someone, make it look like an accident, and hack their phone and put "Do not resuscitate me" on it.
Oh God, I didn't even think about that.
Bloody oath, Kathryn.
Just gonna write. Hang on a second. I'm gonna take a note here. I'll cut you in on the book deal, okay?
Okay.
You have 2%.
Do you
Okay.
want my bank details too? Or don't you
Well,
think I'll survive? Don't you
I
reckon
don't
I'll
know. That's
survive long
that's
enough?
if that is if I find you worthy of joining my cult. It's very exclusive. All you have to do is sign away your entire life savings, everything you own, real property, that sort of thing. Join, shave your head, and then you'll be distributed one of the magic necklaces, and then you put that on, and then it's a guaranteed trip to heaven.
Cool. Do you accept three-legged miniature chihuahuas?
Absolutely.
Oh,
In
I'm
fact,
in.
we'll take care of them when you die and everything. If you want the mummification option with your pet, they'll be mummified like the little Egyptian wrappings with a little smiley face on there, and you put them right in your tomb.
Well, I was hoping to be spat out into space.
Oh, that package
Please?
is the platinum package? Gosh.
Yes, yes, please.
Okay, well,
That's
do you
all.
have, well, since you're dying anyway, do you have some banks you could rob locally? Maybe a platinum mine or two in your vicinity, or
Well, we do, but I can't run quick enough.
hmm,
I'm not.
what a
I'm not a
what
fast
a
enough runner.
dilemma. What a dilemma. Okay.
I
So
know.
we could
I
smuggle
know.
things in your wheelchair. That's another option.
True story. True story. Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
I could cough and start sneezing and all that sort of stuff in a public area and make everyone just go psh,
Oh,
splatter
right,
away
right,
because I
right.
think
Okay.
I've.
Yeah, you'd be the greatest distraction while we heist in the back. You know, we just
Actually, there
yeah.
was a movie on the Netflix that the other night. Forgotten exactly what the name was, but it was a plot. They had a plot twist movie where the boyfriend, the rich boyfriend, had killed off the girlfriend, and then the sister of the girl that was killed had hired a detective to find out the real story about who killed who. It
what's
was
this
on
called?
Netflix. It was actually brilliantly written.
Oh, what is it then?
I'll have to find it. Hang on a second.
Okay.
It was really good. I just can't remember.
You know what classic movie I watched yesterday and C Pro was here. It's cool. Pale Rider. Clint Eastwood. You guys seen that?
No.
No.
Oh, it's good. It's free on Tubi, which is a like ad-based streaming service, and Cough the ad blocker takes care of that. Um, and it's one of the best westerns ever made, and it's the only one where Clint Eastwood is questionably a supernatural character. He may be the angel of death in the western. It's really cool.
Right.
The Pale Rider is the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. I think War rides a red horse with a sword. Famine rides a dark horse or something and has the scales. And Pestilence has a bow and arrow and shoots people like with illness. And then Death follows on a pale horse, and Hell follows with it. And so, as this superstitious lady was like praying for a miracle, she looks up and a guy on a pale horse, like a dapple gray horse, rides into town, and it's like, oh yeah, this vengeful spirit's gonna take vengeance for the miners. And in the whole movie, you don't really know, is this guy a real human being, or is he like a ghost, or is he death? Is he the angel of death? It's pretty damn cool. And it's supposed to take place in California, and I looked at it and go, what the hell? It's obviously Idaho. It looks closer to Canada or the Rocky Mountains than California, but okay. But John Stoker's house is somewhat near Jamestown, California, which is in the Gold Belt. And so they filmed a couple train scenes at Jamestown. And I was like, didn't we drive by that when I was by John Stoker's house? And the rest was filmed in Columbia, some scenes.
Yeah.
So, super Gold Rush territory. And if I was better, I'd be out there showing you guys history stuff, like videos like me being in the gorge and stuff. I would be out there showing you the ghost towns.
I watch a lot of those gold thing. I watch a lot of Dan Hurd's stuff.
Who's that?
Dan Hurd. He does a lot of
Oh,
prospecting and stuff up that
yeah.
way.
Right.
He's got a beard. He's just had some heart problems and all that. He's had surgery and all that, but he's back into it now. He does these the Garnet. Oh, I forget the name of the river now.
To California. Yuma, Feather, Sacramento, San Joaquin.
Feather River. Feather River's
Albany.
where I used to be. I was up Feather River, like up Taylorsville. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be pointing at you, but
Who are you pointing to again?
all of you.
Hi. The Feather?
What's the river at Taylorsville? We used to,
At
not
where?
you or me, at Taylorsville.
Taylorsville.
Yeah,
Oh, in
yeah.
Plymouth County.
Yes.
That is the Feather. It goes down Highway 70.
That's
The headwaters.
what I there because
I forgot you've been there. Yeah. Okay,
I used to
sorry.
live there for 5 years.
That's right.
Um,
Oh my God. So Taylorsville was saved, but God, Greenville. Oh my God.
Yeah. But and I spent so many hours sitting in a blow up, I don't know, chair thing that floated in the water, and
Oh,
with
okay.
the ex-missus,
In the lake in
drinking.
Albanor.
Not like, oh well, yeah, we've spent time up there too, but just I made this anchor up and we just sit in the rapids.
Catherine,
Oh
the
Uh,
movie
wow.
was sorry. The movie was like Glass Onion
Oh, okay.
on Netflix.
Yeah,
So
I've heard. Oh,
okay.
it's got that guy who was James Bond in it, right? Gino Craig, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, wait a second. You went on the feather at the headwaters? You're crazy, man. Was it like class 2 rapids or something? Class 4 rapids?
yeah,
Yeah.
we I throw this little fucking homemade. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear there.
You're
Throw
getting
this.
soft. I can't hear you.
We used to throw this homemade anchor up
We
into
can
the
barely hear you.
rapids.
Change your mic a little bit. There you go.
Um, we'd throw this homemade anchor
Okay.
upstream, right, and
All
it
right.
just like a little grapple hook thing,
By
and
Canyon Dam.
oh geez, I'm gonna have to get it on Google
Okay,
Maps.
sorry.
I'm gonna have to just find it because it's hard to explain.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be interrupting. That's what I do because I have ADD. I should go get
No,
some
you're
blood
all
sugar.
right.
Let me go get some blood sugar, and you find your thing.
I'll
You know,
find me thing.
we're the only people watching ourselves right now. You have like one viewer, and I think that's my other tab. But it's cool to have one of these conversations between us, and then the public can come and go as they like. Um,
Oh yeah,
I love
they
the
can
magic
come
of
and go if
YouTube.
they want.
Yeah. God, what do I have
Um,
to eat?
go and have something to eat, mate.
Oh God, the Christmas roast is still frozen. What am I gonna do here?
It's already
It's like catapult ammunition right now.
right. So now where am I going? I'm off to Northeast California, aren't I?
Highway 70, I think it's still closed due to that massive landslide after the fire. That was
Yeah,
a
and
gigantic
see,
one.
and that was always a pain in the butt too because um um hang on, I'm just getting there now. So
All right, what year
two,
approximately were you up there at Healersville?
2010.
2010. Oh wow, somewhat recently. Okay, so there's a couple of things Smitty and I
So
talk about. There's some disappearances, murders, and the like in that
I'm
general
not guilty.
vicinity. Huh?
Not guilty for any of them.
Okay, I know that I was implying that, but dude.
Yeah, no, I didn't
Uh,
do any of them.
well, I mean, did you hear about them? Did you hear about the Ketty murders or the
The Keddy, yeah. Well,
missing boys from
Keddy,
Yuba City? Hmm.
right, so where we used to go, Indian Falls,
Yeah, Indian Falls
um,
that burned down almost to the ground.
cre- so so you drive out of Taylorsville, right? And if you
Yeah.
turned right, you'd end up at Crescent Mills, yeah?
Well, west.
Well,
Yeah.
you turn right and you
Yeah.
go to
East is
Crescent
Genesee.
Mills.
West is Crescent Mill. And you're now at a crossroads. You can go northwest to Canyon Dam, or you can go south to Indian Falls through the
Yeah.
Highway 70.
So we've got Indian Falls. Um I'm just looking on
Now,
the I'm on Google Earth at the moment, so I'm just sort of
Seneca, the other canyon over, like at Seneca, which burned down, um, has, Seneca Caribou over there. That's, I'm waiting for my fries to heat up over here. But Seneca and Caribou, that might be the headwaters of the feather. I can look at Caltopo in a sec.
See, I'm looking on Google Earth at the moment, and I'm looking at
Okay.
Google Earth actually must have updated because it's all burnt.
What?
It's all burnt.
Oh God.
It's
So they
actually,
updated their satellite.
yeah.
Sad.
Oh wow, that's made it so much harder to.
Yeah. I tell you what, I could not understand it, even though I was there. I couldn't understand anything I was seeing. Mind you, I was only there for like 2 days. And going to Canyon Dam and just going, where the hell is it? I do not recognize anywhere that I am. And at nighttime, we came upon, it was me, John Stoker, and Sea Probe in the car. I could not find Greenville. We came in off of the north arm of Indian Valley, by the looking for the Lucky S, and there's no way to get to it. And then I pulled over, saying, "So I missed the street back there to go to Greenville." And then I looked to my right, and there were steps leading up to nowhere, front porch steps.
Yeah.
And I looked down, reconnected to extremely fast internet. It's like 500. It's like 830 megabits down and like 500 up. I went, what the hell?
Mhm.
And so all the maps loaded, and I realized it's in Greenville. We just bulldozed everything, and the front porches were left.
Yeah.
And anyway, oh hey, Strange, hell, Strange is lurking. You're our one viewer then. The show's for you.
Hey,
Sorry.
strange, Reverend.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna look at Caltopo and try to see.
All right. So, can I just share screen what I've got here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll give
My
it a crack
fee is very
anyway.
reasonable.
Good. I think back to that. So you've got me here, yeah, Crescent Mills.
Wait, hang on a second. I've changed my. Okay. All right.
So
yeah,
this you can see my pointer.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Right. That goes up to Taylorsville. Yeah.
Mhm.
Taylorsville
Right.
here.
Yeah, it's Indian Valley.
So we go down to the main drag here, right?
Where the mill
There's
used
the
to be a
railway-
Crescent Mill.
Yeah. Well, Crescent Mills is just here, right? And you see, Greenville used to be there. That's where the word is, right? But so we turn left, we go down here,
That's 70.
right? Down 70,
Mhm.
and around about because the railway's here and the highway's there.
What are we looking at?
He's trying to tell me where he was like putting in the rapids, and I said, "You're a crazy man if you ever went into the Feather. It's like class 4 rapids." He
Okay.
goes, "No, I had
Yeah.
an acre system," and so I got to see this.
Right, so the railway goes up this way, yeah?
This is a rugged, steep canyon. This is why the fire was so
Yeah,
hot. This is where the
yeah.
Dixie Fire went up.
Steep as buggery it is, yeah.
It's a
Look,
huge
cause,
railway
cause,
bridge right there.
Because when the trains hooted, right,
Mhm.
Dixie Creek,
Now you know where the name
Yeah.
comes from.
here we go. Right, so, because the trains that tooted us, right, that's a train track here.
Mhm.
This would be it here, I'd say, I reckon.
Ah.
I reckon
Oh,
it is
A
because,
lot of miners have gold claims there, and they seasonally go and they pick pan and shovel like the old days.
see, because although I can't find the little beach, unless it was here, could have been actually there. because, and I'd say that because of the drought, there's not as much water. But
No, there never is in summertime. I mean, but winter's a different story.
yeah, because because there used to be, we used to always park up underneath a bunch of trees here. Yeah, that's it, right
Really?
here.
Okay. That little spot.
Because you get in there and you just park anywhere, and because right here, right,
Right.
there's all this pyrite like fool's gold. Just I
Unreal.
thought, oh, how cool is this? You know, like the little guy from Tasmania thinking, buddy, I've struck gold.
You didn't
How cool
claim
is
jump,
this?
did you?
No, it was just, she said, don't be, because we miss it. She said, don't be so silly. It's just bloody fool's gold. You know,
But
like,
you know that real gold is found with pyrite very frequently.
oh, she used to live there, so she,
That doesn't mean people know about that.
oh, I
Half
suppose,
of that glittery flake stuff might actually be the gold and nestled next to the pyrite.
oh, you can grab handfuls of the shit. But
Hmm. And so you
anyway,
separate it with a magnet, and that does not come to the magnet. It's your good stuff.
well, yeah, I suppose. But anyway, see, amongst here, I'll try and anchor up here, right? And
Okay.
there all these little rocks are, they're all underwater when I was there. And we just bob around in the water
Little
and
spot.
it'd be,
Zoom out a little
yeah, it
bit.
was great
Second.
little spot.
So, okay, wait. Zoom out where it is so I can figure out where that is. You see what I'm saying? So I can orient myself. Go back to where you were and then zoom out. This is between Moccasin and Indian Falls, eh? Yeah, right there. Okay, zoom out. Okay, keep
So you
going.
got moccasin here,
Keep zooming. Keep zooming.
and then
Yep.
get in the falls. About the
All right.
middle.
Okay. I'm going to go
So,
look up historical maps and see what that looked like in the 1800s real quick.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. I don't
because
know.
I remember that train track being about, you'd be looking like way up in there. You know, like they'd be watching us in the water there,
Mhm.
wherever it may
The
be.
train people.
But yeah, the big trains that used to go up along the train track here.
All right.
Um, can I show you where I used to live?
Wait. Go back to that spot again because I'm trying to orient myself on the map again. Sorry. Just.
Bloody hell, Kathryn.
I know. I didn't realize that the river forks at this spot. So in between Indian
So,
Falls. Stop.
yeah, and
Can you go to a
moccasin.
map layer without terrain?
No, because
You
I'm
could
on
probably,
Google Earth.
Kelsey, you could probably take a screenshot of that.
Hang on, let me do one better. I'll try and
You're right.
street view it.
Good idea. Woo!
So let's go down there.
Ah, before the fire. Huh? It looks so lovely.
It looks nice before the fire, eh?
Yeah.
Looks nice.
It had just become old growth again, just to burn up.
So let's just walk up here.
Oh, that's a long click that you went to there. Okay, I'm gonna go look at Caltopo for a second. So at Indian Falls, Paxton is. Oh god, it says rapids everywhere. Spanish Creek is an offshoot. There's a quarry. All right, let me go to my own topo maps. Let's see, topo maps. Where's the global imagery? Okay.
I'm gonna have to go, guys, because I'm starting to fade here. So,
Oh dear. Okay, I was
uh,
just gonna say we're monopolizing shit.
no,
It's
you
so
guys
good to
continue. You guys
see you.
continue on with what you're looking into, and we'll talk about
Yeah.
it maybe another time and things like that.
Yeah.
It was good to meet you.
Yeah, it's good to
Hi,
see
Cheryl.
you.
And we'll see each other again. We'll have this conversation again. You know,
No
now
worries,
that
Cheryl.
now that we know how StreamYard works, Catherine, we can talk anytime, right? You know,
Right.
it's
And
cool.
Yep,
I'm
yep,
learning Zoom and all that stuff too. So cool,
Yeah,
cool, cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Have a good
so,
night, Cheryl,
You too.
and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
and
Merry Christmas to
and
you.
same to you, Cheryl. And don't be a stranger. Quite often I'm on live and all that stuff. So if you ever see me on live, pop in and say good day.
I will. I will.
If
Yeah,
YouTube will bother to alert us, God, you're cursed on that.
yes, I've been hearing that a lot, um, and that sucks a bit.
Hmm.
But um, what I found is you just subscribe to me, then unsubscribe to me, and then resubscribe again.
Really?
Half the time, it'll bring it better.
Yeah.
For,
Well,
for some,
the
I don't know why, but yeah.
you guys carry on, and I'm gonna go. You guys have a good night, and we'll see each other over the next few days, and
Yeah.
etc.
And
So,
thanks for the support, Carol. And
oh, same here.
yeah,
Ditto.
have a good,
You,
have a good.
All right, Cheryl,
sending
you
hugs
take
and hearts.
rest. Have a wonderful day tomorrow, mate,
You
or
too.
today, whichever part of it is.
You too. You too.
Take
Take
care.
care, you guys.
Okay.
Night.
Bye.
Night.
Big loves.
Mhm. I'm going to my history maps right now.
I'm just walking up um whatchamacallit. Um oh, what do they call it? Street view.
Okay. That can be kind of
Yes.
painful.
It is very painful, but I'm not gonna know
Yeah.
because it's got bits that are burnt out and bits that aren't burnt out, and it's really confusing. Um,
Yeah. Some of these old maps are crazy. You know, Prattville is there, and where Lake Eleanor is just a big bog.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
See, when I first went there, Lake Eleanor was the first place she took me to. That's where we had our first romantic photo,
Oh.
and it was great.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was just a really nice place.
Mm-hmm.
Um, you see that picture there, just back there somewhere. See up there, halfway up the mountain there, it says uh, in the sunlight there, 2022 Google, where me arrow is in the sunlight.
Yeah. What's that?
How snake is that? It says 2020 at 2022 Google. And then
Copyright,
you,
but wasn't taken.
yeah, it's see there.
I can barely see that. So.
I know. And then if you zoom in, it disappears. The
Hmm.
snaky buggers. Um, yeah, because it was amongst a lot of really nice shady trees. And I feel as if I've gone too far now.
Have you ever seen the caves and waterfalls and abandoned mines in this area?
Um,
The hot springs, secret places.
I was told about the hot springs. I never got there.
Hmm.
I was told about the secret places, but like a few of them.
I
Like
may be
I
able
had
to
a
come up
couple of
with a couple photos if you want.
like um,
Let
see
me put
what
it
I
this way:
want.
if you go to any secret special places you want to share with me.
Well, whoops. Can I just write down my old address? Because
Yeah.
I reckon it got burnt. I reckon that where do I do that? Um,
You still with us, strange? Your one and only beer. I'm eating semi-cold French fries. Calistoga.
That's not where I lived.
You gotta
Oh,
put county, Plymouth County,
oh, um,
town name, Diamond Mountain Road. Is that it?
yeah,
See, that
1771
says
Diamond Mountain
that
Road.
says Calistoga, California. Changed the city name to Taylorsville or whatever.
Um, um,
Now Calistoga almost burned down in 2020. That was something I was very worried about, and I went viral in the Bay Area, covering Calistoga and Santa Rosa type area with the glass fire. The 747 super tanker saved that town. A whole bunch of ground crew, of course.
so you're saying Plymouth County?
Huh?
You're saying Plymouth?
Williams County. Yeah. Were you
Yep.
there when Smitty found the fake Greenville victim in my channel? Smitty's a hound. Okay,
Sure.
zoom out a little bit. Was it 1771?
That's our place here.
Yeah, zoom out a little more. A little more. Oh, the North Arm of Indian Valley. Okay.
North Arm. Yep.
I
So
drove
this,
right past there, and I had
so
my
this, so this all got burnt.
I drove past there with my webcam or GoPro in my car. So
See, this is our driveway up here. Right.
did you check the burned up structures map and for the address?
No.
Let me check it for you then.
Oh, I haven't been game enough.
What?
Nothing really much matters nowadays, but yeah. Um, I'd be surprised if it was still there. Like when it was all happening, it didn't look as if it was going to be there. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay, so Diamond Mountain Road. Looks like they saved most of these buildings.
yeah, they saved a lot of them. Yeah,
See,
because
how do you? Okay, so 1771 Diamond Mountain Road, Greenville address, correct?
Yeah.
It's still there. No damage. Single family residence.
Yeah.
That whole
Yeah,
neighborhood's
well,
fine.
Oh, that's amazing.
Now, where they took structure losses, you keep going north on Diamond Mountain Road, where that little bridge over Cook's Creek is. The buildings on the left got trashed. Do you want me to screen share that, or
down there, you mean?
I'm looking at the map, the structure loss map right now. That
Down towards where they turn off to go to Taylorsville or up the
no,
valley there.
north. You know how there's
North.
a bridge over Cook's Creek and it starts heading off towards
Right up the other end, yeah.
like mine and stuff like that.
No, there's the bridge there, Cooks Creek Bridge.
Okay, so all right, you see that little neighborhood to your left of your mouse? See the little white building? Everything, that entire neighborhood got trashed, like burned to the ground.
Yep.
The things below it, south, are okay.
How? I'll never know.
Probably because the firefighters prepped them. They're right next to the
Yep.
road, but they couldn't be everywhere at once, is my guess.
Yeah, because like Our backyard, that was just like sheer mountain.
Yeah.
Like
Oh yeah,
that's
Ketty Ridge Mountain. Yeah.
Ketty Ridge is, well, you can see the top of the ridge there.
Did you ever go to that
You know,
red something mine? Redbird mine or whatever, the Angle mine or anything like that?
on one of the
Lucky up.
rivers, mate.
No, right in your neck of the woods, like up, like you follow Diamond Mountain Road up, but you would stay left
Up
into that
here,
next
that way.
area. Yeah, like up in there is crazy. That's the remains of Angle mine. Like zoom in, go up.
Well, actually, yeah, she
Mhm.
took me up there for a walk with the dogs.
Huge concrete support.
Um,
Um, I was gonna go film all this stuff right before it all fucking burned down. Excuse my French.
it's a small
Yeah,
world, hey.
yeah. I'm gonna get a longitude latitude for you. Um, get off this historic map that I was on. Um, the old Forest Service maps.
Yeah.
Older you go, the more likely this stuff is to be on them. And let's see, where is Angle Mine? The Ruby Mine.
Angle Mine. Are you saying Angle Mine?
Oh yeah, the
ENGL?
Ruby. Yeah, Engle means angel in German, and so actually that's on the right side of
I
Diamond Mountain Road.
remember. Yeah, I remember that name. Yes.
Okay, the Ruby is see, what is this road? The Moonlight Trail comes off of it. Moonlight Valley got screwed in this fire. I was never really comprehending that it could pass Greenville, like blaze through it and go past.
Yeah.
I could just not comprehend that.
That's a blowout.
Mhm. All
That
right.
I'm actually talking to someone that knows where I'm on about.
So the Ruby Mine ruins. How do I get a longitude lat here? Oh, okay. It's 40 degrees. How do I copy that? Okay, right click. Okay, got it.
You
Position, elevation.
just tell me 40 what
Wait, I got it.
4012.
I got it. Let me put it in your chat or whatever. How do I do this?
Oh, actually, you can.
I'll just go back. You have to go. You have to be up in hours. All right, there it is. Copy paste.
Oh, it's strange, Rev.
Yeah. Thanks for being with us. You're hardcore, Reverend.
Thanks for coming up.
Yeah,
thanks for putting up with us.
Yeah, we should pay you for putting up with us.
Thank you so much for coming in.
You're awesome.
I'm just going to cut that and put that in here.
That's the Ruby Mine. The one that had ruins. That's to the left side of Diamond Mountain. It straight up says ruins on the map. I'm going back for more cider beer.
You do that. I'm trying to get this Frenchie computer to work.
I'm glad you're here, 41. I mean, this is like a hard night. Now that like everybody's gone, I'm starting to get sad, and it's good that we're still talking about shit, you know.
Don't get sad, mate. Got nothing to get sad about. So mine computer's just going to be a dick and not recognise that.
You want me to just like screen share or something? Or?
You can do that, and I can. You just, yeah, you do that when you grab what you got.
Okay, hang on. Let me fill this.
But yeah, because like further river and that, right? We've got these shows on TV down here about the gold miners and all that, you know, and all that. And
have you seen California's Gold? The show?
if they do Indian River and what's his name? Can't think of his name there.
Man from Snowy River. That's all I know about rivers in your neck of the woods.
But like Indian River.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh,
That's my favorite childhood movie. Swear to God, I got traumatized by it. The horse. Oh God, poor horse. He whips out a rifle. I'm like, no, he's not gonna. Ah, Daddy, you shot the horse.
but wherever I was, there were crawfish.
Oh yeah. You know, I've got a story about that.
It's like I couldn't believe it's like, yeah, you reckon these things are yummy to eat? I couldn't believe that they were yummy to eat.
Oh, they're like
Because
lobster.
yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, you call them a freaking. You should see what we got back at home, like we got 3 kilo things of them.
You've got everything bigger,
Um,
badder, more badass, and deadlier than we do, and we know this.
Yeah,
But we
but
got some rattlesnakes. You're like, that's bullshit. Check out our big browns.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're tigers or anything like that,
You call it a
it's like,
spider. Now
yeah.
this is a spider.
It's like, this is a spider and it'll kill you when you're asleep.
This is why I'm not
You
visiting.
know?
It'll carry
But
me away. I'll wake up cocoon like in The Hobbit.
but that's the
Sleep
thing,
with a sword so I can cut myself out.
Everyone thinks, yeah. But it's not that bad,
Yeah. The croc hunter didn't even survive his own water, his own shoreline. Jeez.
Well, that was his own silly fault for getting in where he didn't live.
Yeah. I used to pet stingrays. How can you piss on
Yeah,
a
but
stingray?
you live on land. They live in the sea.
I know, but I petted them. They're peaceful
But
creatures.
until you get that blooming 2-legged, 2-armed person going, oh, I want to pet you.
No, we have a petting zoo. I'm telling you. Ray petting zoos are very common in our aquatic parks like Monterey. Has it
Yeah,
again?
but they've stepped the nasty bit off them.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, and
No.
I take that stinging barb off
What?
them.
What?
So, well, they don't want all you tourists getting there.
So they're actually dangerous then. I
Well,
used to
that's how
freak
Steve
out.
Irwin. Yeah, that's how Steve Irwin got killed. Straight in the heart, bang.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around how that can happen.
Well, they've got a barb, right,
I know, but I
on
mean,
their tail.
wouldn't they just do this instead of like?
No, when it goes whips round, like a snake will be wrapped around like that and go.
Jesus. So
He
here I
didn't.
thought he was trying to manhandle it like usual, was wriggling out of his hands, and then it tried to get away, did this, went somehow.
Look, if it's got enough for him to go like that, like, yeah, of course it will. Or like, yeah, nah.
Oh my God. Okay, so there's a way for you.
Otherwise, they're lovely animals
Oh,
or
yeah.
sea creatures. Except
Didn't
they'll
mind.
kill you, given half a chance.
Well, ours like to be petted because we fed them too. They were probably skates anyway.
But, well,
Have
they
you,
probably are skates. Yeah.
have you seen their underside? They're like
They're happy looking fellas, aren't they?
happy.
Yeah,
to
and they
kill
get,
you.
yeah, they're quite happy little chubbies. And
Happy to kill you. There's some snakes that look like they're grinning all the time. Like, hi there.
oh, look,
Pet
yeah,
me.
pet me, I want to get ya.
All right, let me see how I can screen share. I forgot how to do this stuff. So.
So when you get down, go in the StreamYard down there where it says present, I think it
Oh,
is.
present. I thought it was a gift for me.
Yeah.
Present.
Or click on that, and it'll say something about screen share.
All right.
And then I'll have to accept it.
All right, let me do a window. So that's my Edge tab. Hang on. The Caltopo
I'm still
Edge.
trying to figure out who Rosemary is, or Rose, whoever it was.
Rosemary?
Yeah. I have to look at my
Rosemary?
phone again. Hang on.
I think I'm sharing my Edge browser. No, you just tell me if you see a map or something right now.
Hang on. Yeah, got a map.
Okay. And I just zoomed out.
Yep.
Okay. So this is straight up Caltopo. You can see the Lake Almanor right there.
Yep.
Let's see, it's kind of steep. This is the Forest Service 2016 green version. It has a base layer, so you can see down there your Taylorsville and rodeo grounds and stuff. So
Yep.
me, Sister Golden Hair, and John Stoker had this mission, and to because we were at Janesville, so we came down the side of the lake. You can see my cursor, like here. Can you
Yep.
see it? Okay.
Yep.
So we come down here, and when we reached this side of the lake at Canyon Dam, could not believe it. Canyon Dam is missing. It's just not there. I just really
Gone.
couldn't. Yeah, I just could not recognize the damn thing. So this picnic ground, I think I put the GoPro on the car, and then we were going to drive east here on the Red Highway to go into Greenville, and like driving here, it's like one
Yep.
sign
Yep.
or something, you know. Now, I stayed at this campground before, and that was the time I explored Seneca and such like that. Anyway, so we drove this way, and later when I get around to processing my videos, here there's some little strips of some forest where the fire skipped over and went climbing up the hill the other way. And then you kind of think it just doesn't seem like it's that terribly bad. That's because they were trying their best to keep this green down here. They were fighting hard. And then at some point, you come over this way. Right here, these structures have been saved, and you're like, one thing that shocked me though was this little campground turnout was where you turned out, and there was that introduction to Indian Valley, the big.
Yeah.
Yeah, it tells you about it. It was like a big marker.
Yeah.
And I gulped because this was just raised, this grassy meadow area, just nothing
Right.
at all. And these were there, but then you come down here, and I began to get confused. Came around the corner. I'm like, wait a second, I remember the town being right here. And it was about this point that I went, holy shit, because I could see these. They're still trying to prop up the walls from some of the buildings.
So, right. Okay, so this is Greenville, the township, yeah? Where you're at.
Proper, yeah. It's the main.
It's Greenville proper. So, about where your cursor is, no, zoom back in a bit. A bit more. Woo. So,
it's the hotel right
there. Right. So across the road from the hotel is Rosie's. I think it is Rosie's. That one. It used to be like a food place. Yeah,
There were
yeah, yeah.
the old wooden buildings, like the wooden 1800 saloon
Yeah,
style
yeah,
buildings
yeah,
right down
yeah,
there.
yeah, yep. And
It's just
because I was taken across the road to meet the hotel owner, right? I can't think of his name at the moment, but um, I was actually taken by the tavern owner from Taylorsville into Greenville because you know, come and meet this blooming Aussie fella. You know, we've never met an Aussie before. Um, oh shit, I nearly
how
said his
good is
name
that?
then, but yeah, it was like a big novelty me being there because like I was, you know, they'd never met an Aussie before in real life.
What a
And they thought,
celebrity deal you
yeah,
got.
they thought it was bloody great.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, you know, plus I said to the missus at the time, I was like, freaking, how much am I meant to freaking tip them? And I said, no, here, you just do it. I'll drink. You just do whatever you got to do. I
How
don't get the
cute is
tipping,
that?
you know,
All
and
right. So I'll tell you the shocking stuff here. I didn't recognize where the hell I was. So I was crossing this intersection, and I got to look down this way, and one or two buildings were spared, and they had basically tried to save the propane tank place, obviously, and the
oh,
bank. So the bank is okay. And
yeah,
remember, all the Dixie Fire donations are going to this bank, this right here,
yeah,
whatever, Plymouth Bank. So they saved the bank.
yeah.
It was on
Well, you see, there used to be a real estate agent in amongst that bank area,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
because she used to be one of the real estate agents. Can you please excuse me for a sec? I'm just going to the bathroom and stop it for a sec.
Do a what now?
Oh, I'm going to go to the loo.
Oh, okay. All
Two
right.
seconds.
That's no problem. So painful.
Keep chatting, I'm listening, but I'm not going to be talking back.
Well, there's like hundreds of me's going off into the distance now. It's kind of interesting. Like, ooh, ooh, ooh. I thought you had fancy stuff like "I'll be right back." Switcheroos. Okay, I have to give you crap here. Okay, so I tried to record my own reaction, and like everything went wrong that day. It was just a very bad day. My own cell phone or whatever camera I had to record my own reaction to seeing Greenville fell off my dash. Like I couldn't make it stick on it. So there's this angry me grabbing the camera going, fuck you, and like throwing it in the car. I just didn't know how to react to this shit. I could look for some of my footage if you like. I've mostly organized that. Go to Greenville folder. Yeah. Now, most of my Greenville trip got erased by Microsoft OneDrive. I dumped all my footage and then I formatted my SD cards to film another day. And Microsoft OneDrive on this laptop I had just reinstalled Windows on to take on the trip did a weird thing. And it put my documents and my videos and my pictures inside of a folder called OneDrive. And I said, what the hell is that? I've never seen it before. You know, usually OneDrive is its own folder, you know? Like, get away from me, Microsoft. Sorry, I'm giving the middle finger to Microsoft. I don't want my documents and my pictures and everything to be on OneDrive, so you're uploading crap without my permission. Google Photos already did that. So I did copy, and paste all of the photos and all the videos safely to a new folder that I made in the My Documents area, right? and did paste, and it was called like My Videos 2 or whatever, right? And then I go back to the OneDrive My Pictures to delete that one. And this pop-up window says, "Are you sure you want to delete?" Yeah, because I wanted to get rid of the 27 gigs or whatever of duplicates that I had on the thing now. So I go,
Yeah.
yes. And it says, "Warning, there's no way to undo this." I'm like, all right. I mean, why am I going to keep 27 gigs of extra shit? So I do that. To my horror, I look back into the new folder I made, the My Pictures
Yeah.
2. It had a new
Yeah.
name and everything. Different location. It's fucking missing. There's nothing in it.
Oh no, look. Yeah.
I may have permanently lost some shit, but I do have some. So let me.
I've got a yeah, I've had similar me same.
Screw you.
Same
Whatever.
time.
So,
Um
let me get to. This is my dash cam, which is different than the GoPro, which is on top of the car. But
do you want me to delete that
like what?
infinite do you want me to get rid of that infinite view?
Yeah, go ahead. Now it was
Oh
dark
no. Actually
because.
you can do that because you put it there. I don't want to kick you out.
Oh, it's me on the wrong. I'm sorry. I didn't realize this was my fault. Sorry, Frank.
You're all right.
I went off looking for the dash cam video. So we'll watch the dash cam video instead of GoPro because I don't think it's usable for footage anyway. Now let me share the other screen. See, I thought it was you the whole time. Whoopsie. So stop it. Present. Share screen.
See? Us Aussies don't fuck up like that, mate.
I wanted to be one of you so bad. I wanted to be one of you. All right, do you see?
Righto, here we go.
Okay. So this is the Greenville outskirts of town. We're facing east. About to come around that bend.
Yeah. You're going to come around that bend into where the tyre place used to be and the service station. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm doing my best. I mean, we're trying to actually get to the Lucky S. I mean, I thought we'd have all the time in the world to come back and shoot Greenville, but the electrifier intensified, and I had to abandon everything. I just had to get John back home.
Yeah.
And
wow, already it's just a whole different world when I was there.
I know.
Hmm.
So the first thing they did was, of course, cut the trees by the road so they couldn't fall on the road.
Yeah.
And there's really nothing growing back at all in the soil. I mean, just a little bit of that greenery, but that's from like seeds falling off people's trucks. I mean, there's just nothing growing back.
Yeah. You see, that's what happened when like I was in the Indian Valley there, north arm. Across the valley there was where there was a fire like the year before or the year before that, and it was all just still hadn't grown back. Like it doesn't sound
moonlight fire. That was that. But yeah.
Right. Yeah. You would see like over here in Australia, we'll have a fire, but then like next year things start. Well, not even the next year, things start sprouting. And yeah, wow.
You see how I don't recognize where the fuck I am?
Yeah, I do. Totally.
Look, I'm almost at that intersection now.
Yeah. Oh no, yep.
Where the
wow,
fuck is everything? There should be big 2-story buildings on your side of us and the mural on the right side. And I just went, what? And
Jesus,
then here I realized where the hell I am. Look, they're trying to prop up. That's the mural on the right.
Yeah. Wow.
And it's messed up. It's like Pompeii. I saw Pompeii. This is what it's like.
Fucking
This is
hell.
like Pompeii.
Sorry about that, but oh Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry about that too, but oh God.
It's all right.
Mm,
It's all right. This is just holy.
thank Christ there's only two of us sitting here watching this at the moment. Yeah,
It's
that's
Main
fucked.
Street.
That's Main Street.
Yeah. So they're trying to prop up that little building over there, and
So is that where's Rosie's? I'm pretty sure it's Rosie's.
that's at Rosie's was there. If you're
On
thinking,
the pub is on the bar.
hotel was just to our left.
That's fucking me. Really?
Yeah.
Oh
When they
yeah,
said on
these
my
two.
stream that the cleanup was almost done, I thought that guy was pulling my leg and went, haha, yeah, right. Because it's, I mean, Paradise's cleanup is not even done, but they just went full tilt on this. And so the gas station survived, but that's because of the halon.
Yeah, we
And
say, can you stop there? Can you go backwards a little bit or not?
Yeah. say what?
Before before the where Rosie's used to keep going coming backwards.
Go back. Okay.
Right, we're heading into town. So can you point out where the gas station is? The gas station's on the left, isn't it?
Yeah, way over here. Yeah, the pointer is. Can you see
Can
the
we
pointer?
Yeah, right. So the gas stations and like there's a supermarket there and a laundromat and all that.
Oh, that's you mean Evergreen Market? That's further.
Yeah. That's where I mean.
Yeah, this is where we end up. I pulled over there just in shock, so you'll see where we end up. So
All right, because then there's a bank.
that's the real estate office right there. You see the archway?
Where's
The real estate office.
where's your cursor?
That's the real estate office. So that was a train station.
Yeah.
Smitty told me in the
Well, that's where is that in amongst there. There's a bank and somewhere in amongst that and
Yeah.
a cop shop.
Yep. So
Right. Well. Oh, yep. That diagonal street there. Yeah. Yeah. Well, she used to work there. The missus used to work in there. Yeah. As a realtor.
So I think that's
whatever you
Post
call
Bank
them.
on the right or something. I just can't see very well.
Bonus Bank used to be up there where the real estate used to be.
Well, it survived.
When I was there.
Yeah.
Well, thank Christ for that. It would have been a lot of my money burnt. But that's Jesus, unreal.
Yeah.
Can you say where I was sort of why you caught my attention with this? When it was happening? Oh well, you probably didn't notice, but I was this dude in Tassie, one really sitting. Oh, I watched every minute of it, and I was like, "What the actual fuck?" Even though we've been split up for ages, but it was like, "Oh Jesus, this is not good."
You and your ex watched my stream? Was that what you're saying, or?
Nah, me, I watched it. I don't know about her, but like because it was just because of like I lived there for 5 years, and it's like wow, I made a lot of really good friends there in that time, and it was just a case of oh my god.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Smitty tried to get me to go to addresses, and I'm like, do you understand? I don't know where the hell any address is. There's no street signs. Here's Evergreen Market with the laundromat.
Yeah, that I was going to say that looks like where the laundromat used to be.
Yeah. So what I wanted to do here is I wanted to get to Lucky S really fast. and I'd have a view back at the Indian Valley, and at least try to
Yeah.
find whatever road would work, and then film it again in the morning.
Yeah. Stop right there. See that door on your right?
And go back.
Just
That's where that mechanical horse used to be that I used to ride. But it's not there anymore, and I'm sad.
well, I I
There's a
counted
horse.
that much. Yeah, I was going to say, but that door right there, I carted that much beer out of that door and put it in the back of our car. Oh dear. The funny things that make memories spark up, but geez, yeah.
This store was the first place we ever stopped on our seriously epically long drive from the valley. It was always during the holidays. There was always the dumbasses that jackknifed their boat that they were towing, or
Yeah,
overheated their RV. There was always 3-hour delays of a 3-hour drive, and
yeah.
so we get
And
here, get
they'd
our
all
ice,
turn up.
buy our stuff, get our ice, and then get ourselves over to the cabin. And I was sitting on that horse the whole time because that was my like treat for staying in a car for 6 hours and not going bonkers as a kid, right? I'm like, I'll be good if I ride that horse. And so they give me like this,
Yeah.
it's like $4 in quarters, and I'd be like, yeah, that,
Yeah.
oh man.
Oh dear.
So Smitty said over to the left here was like his former residence and stuff, and was begging me to go find its address. And so I tried, but it was dark. And then the people whose homes were saved over there, I didn't want to cruise by their house at night looking at their address with a flashlight. So I gotta go back.
You didn't want to get shot.
Well,
But-
yeah, I mean, or
But
just
yeah,
be a dick, really.
but yeah, no, I didn't realise Smitty lived there too. I knew he lived around there somewhere.
Yeah.
But then I was saying about me watching a lot of Duluth canal videos and that up in Michigan, and he said he's up that way too. Well, not Duluth, but up the Great Lakes there somewhere.
Currently.
At the moment, yeah. Yeah, so bloody hell.
Yeah.
Because I look at more over there than I do down here. Why? Because they got better webcams.
Mm-hmm.
We got
So
some
the
shit.
reason they saved the Evergreen Market is there's a bunch of propane tanks next door, so they needed to keep them from exploding.
Yep.
They
Hey,
made
King Kong.
hello, hi. At this point, though, we're trying to decide in the car if we should be pressing on, find the lucky S, go back. I said I want to press on because, in my view, I thought it would be cool if we actually just spent the night there and I started filming at dawn. And I was just going to try to ask the guys if that would be cool.
Same to you, King Kong.
Summertime.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Merry
King
Christmas.
Kong's Aussie. I
Hi
think.
there.
Pretty sure you're Aussie.
Cool. Good day.
King Kong's one of our friends.
Yeah, did you know there was a hot springs resort like up until the 40s in World War II in Indian Valley here, but it burned down.
I think I do. It wasn't the missus that used to mention it, but was one of the old school fellas that used to mention it.
Really? Okay.
One of the old Vietnam vet fellas used to mention it too. Hey, Lee Guitar Man, how are you, mate? I hope you're keeping warm and keeping it safe as you possibly can. He's up where it's really super cold at the moment, over your way, over in the
which is everywhere.
USA. Well,
Which
it's all right
area?
down where I'm at. He's up in the northern hemisphere.
Okay.
That spreads it out to anywhere.
My condolences.
Yeah, he's probably as cold as you are, if not colder.
Not too bad right now, 35 degrees.
Oh no, he's getting no colder than that, I think.
I imagine so.
But great to see you, Mr. Tucker. I hope Mrs. Tucker's keeping you warm.
So you would have no idea.
He's,
You'd
he's
have no
saying at
idea,
least
but
he can.
that's Crescent Mills. Thereabouts.
Yeah, see, look, yeah, that's sad. He brings
Yeah.
tears to my eye, that does.
Yeah, I just went, what are we seeing? What?
I bet. Yeah.
What? And by the way, there were no sounds at night. When we went halfway up to the Lucky Ass ghost town, the gold mining town.
Yeah.
They had abandoned that road, and I guess maybe the firefighters used a different one. There was another one, and I went the way I knew. And oh, my own voice is talking. Sorry, I didn't mute my own video. There's some muffled us talking.
I can't hear it.
Okay, yeah, I just muted it. But so we're headed towards the North Arm of Indian Valley and towards Crescent Mill and stuff right now. But there's silence at night. There's no coyote howls. There's no birds, owls,
Really? Wow.
and
'Cause-
there's nothing.
Because I remember, like, you know, when I, in my 5 years, you know, it was only 5 years me living up there, but I remember distinctly, you know, like the coyotes howling, all of the stuff, you know.
Yeah, millions of
Big-
deer that just
big-
ran out in front of your car suicidally.
Yeah, you know, because where we lived, we had 10 acres, and like we had 3 horses down the front part of it. Then we had the dog pen, which had to be totally enclosed, so the mountain lions didn't get the dog, sort of thing.
Mhm.
And it's like same with the bears and all that. And so, and like I had a mate who had a bear problem that
You can make
kept
ice cubes
getting
outside. Woo.
kept breaking into his laundry, you know, and
The bear
making,
is breaking in the laundry. Okay, this is
yeah,
Diamond
yeah.
Mountain Road. I think this is Diamond Mountain Road, right?
That's heading towards
We're going north now.
Yep.
I believe.
minus 12 Fahrenheit, minus 24 centigrade.
Yikes! What
Fuck,
state are you in?
fuck that lead guitar, Rob. You better be getting Mrs. Tucker to be keeping you nice and warm, mate. That's
Ooh la la.
31 below Celsius. Fuck that. You can have that all on your own.
So does this remind you of home? Your former
It-
home?
Yeah.
The buffalo used to run around these pastures.
Yeah, and I used to take the buffalo away at just before winter because of
You'd
the
think
snow.
they'd be able to be fine.
You'd think so, eh?
Hmm.
But no, not when there's about 8 feet of snow sitting on the ground there.
Yeah, can't
See,
imagine.
that's what blew me out there. You know, it was like it'd be as hot as buggery in summertime, but then at winter time it'd be as cold as a witch's tit. You know, it's like make your
California
mind
is a
up.
land of extremes, son.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, there's a lot of stuff that made it. It's probably because they did things like make fire breaks in the fields and stuff. The flatland's easy to defend. And so at
Yeah.
this point, we start losing the light. And eventually, I pulled over to stop the GoPro because the GoPro has completely crap night vision. But I've still got a little bit to go. And it was kind of like the golden hour in a way, up on the hills. So at least some of this historical stuff got saved. You know, some of these older homesteads. They saved that old round barn. You
Yep.
know, whatever that was.
Yeah.
And so we're getting
So
up towards you.
is Is that the one with the pattern? The little
I think so.
little pattern thing on the top of it.
Think so. But anyway, I babbled too much. How did you come to be here? How long did you stay? And what are your best memories of this?
Fly in, fly out. I did for 5 years.
In what capacity? What job?
I was working here in Australia on ships in the Australian Merchant Navy. And every leave, I met her online on a silly Roman horse racing game of all things. But yeah, just ended up meeting her online, and then yeah, just hooking up. She come over here, I went over there. She come back over here. We got hooked up legally, sort of thing. Then she went back over there, and I was flying backwards and forwards every 5 weeks.
Oh my God! What a hell!
Yeah, for 5 years.
Yikes!
Yeah, I was doing Tasmania, Melbourne, Sydney, Los Angeles, Reno in Nevada, and then from Reno we'd be driving across back into California through Quincy. Sorry?
I'm almost at your driveway here, right?
You're not far away from Melbourne. Just looking at that, it's like you're just pulling up next, not far from. I'll tell you where the pause at. There's a horse paddock right on your left hand side, probably now. Nearly. About there. I reckon that's our driveway. There you go. Up that there. And that one that one there
There's
is
an
the
outhouse.
next door.
Mhm.
So you're saying that's all still standing?
Oh yeah,
That's pretty cool.
yeah. And they don't have defensible space. This is all way too thick and everything. But
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, see, that's what got me. It was the opposite, the other side of the valley, where the fire was a couple of years previous. It hadn't
nighttime.
grown back. I couldn't believe that, because like here in Australia, you get a fire, things start sprouting back pretty much straight away.
Well, when you reach mega fire temperatures, that's when pine cones don't open and release seeds. That's when they become ash. And there's no way if there's no seeds or anything up there. The next snows and rains flush your topsoil down the tubes. And
yeah,
so, but they did a lot of salvage logging. It was such a steep terrain thing that salvage
yeah,
logging and replanting really didn't happen. So you have the Moonlight Fire that killed all the old growth. It was gigantic. I've got a lot of pictures of that. And it dried out since 2008, ready to just be this gigantic. It's like stacking a massive bonfire together.
yeah.
When I found out that they hadn't salvage logged everything, because I saw them hard at work the year after, I was there in 2009 and maybe 2010. I think it was just 2009. We almost could have met here. And when I found out that it's like 2020 and they haven't finished salvage logging, I went, are you effing kidding me? If any of these sparks from the Dixie Fire flies over there, this is going to be worse than ever you could imagine. And that's exactly what effing happened.
Yep. Lee Guitar Man, I hope you're saying that nasty weather won't last long and not Mrs. Tucker's cuddles.
Oh,
I hope Mrs. Tucker's cuddles last a long time for you, and that cold weather won't last long. I'm hoping that's what you say.
God, it's 3:10 in the morning.
Yeah, well, it's getting 10 past 10 here, so I'm not far off. I'm going to have to probably,
Yeah.
yeah, L-O-L-I-T, not I.
There's some deer over here that I might want to show you. Let me see. When I pulled over, I was messing with the camera so much that C-Probe and everybody taps me on the shoulder and says, "Did you not
See,
see
there's the
deer?"
bridge.
Yeah.
See, that's the bridge.
Yeah, let me go back to it.
And
Sorry.
and there's an old vet that used to live just on the left there. I've been up to his place, and he's got a most amazing
Oh, yeah.
man cave.
Oh, really?
See, lead guitar man's giving you a rough idea where he is.
Uh-huh.
6:10 a.m. here. Merry Christmas morning to you, lead guitar man, and I really hope you guys have a wonderful sleep when you do get to sleep. So don't think you've actually been to sleep yet. I'm only guessing.
I'm very confused. These structures didn't survive according to the other map, and yet they're here. Am I
And
the ones on the left?
But they're the
Or am
ones you
I,
talking, eh?
or is it past the bridge? Maybe the stuff up to the left on that road. Let me.
No, well, you see, you got the bridge here, right? And
Yeah.
if you go right, that
Mhm.
takes you to the Taylorsville. But if you go sort of verge left, that'll take you up Diamond Mountain Road up up the valley there, and you go right up the end of the valley. You can come right up, then right round the other side, or up further. There's that little branch that goes to the sort of verges to the left at the end of Diamond Mountain Road there.
Mhm.
Yeah, see, that's just about at the beginning of Diamond Mountain Road.
I'm looking at the map again. We are in the right spot, and these are rebuild. These are rebuilds. These buildings are new because
Wow.
this was eradicated. I mean, this is incinerated.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I was certain that
Crazy.
my old place was burnt to the ground
Oh
because
no, yours wasn't. Yours wasn't. But these were. See that to the left? That's new. Is it this
Yeah,
year?
right.
It is new. This new stuff, they just rebuilt it like brand new.
Right.
Wow.
Oh, you're a napper, Robert.
That's some fast rebuilding. Wow.
That is fast rebuilding. That's
No way.
so there must be a regulation that it's got to be sort of like how it was. See, there's the bridge, right? So you turn left there, you go up
Diamond
towards
Mountain.
my old place, right?
No. We already passed it.
Yeah, well, you go up there, you end up in Taylorsville. You walk up there. I've done it. I've walked up
Wait,
there.
what?
I've walked from home because we had a big fight one day, right? It took me forever.
Oh,
I've walked from
you.
home and
What?
walked all the way up there. I'm actually pointing at the map. You can't see where I'm pointing.
No.
It was a hell of a long walk.
What?
Yeah.
No, you're going the complete opposite direction. You went across the bridge. You should have gone back the way you came.
She was a bitch.
Okay, I don't think. Okay, I have to point out where we are.
Because
this is Cook's.
Because if I went the
Cook's
other way,
Creek.
I'd have to walk right round the whole
Okay.
valley.
I'm switching my screen. Okay, hang on now. I'm
All
gonna
right.
clear this up. I think I know what you're thinking, and I don't. Okay, we gotta get right here.
Yes, lady guitar man. It's California, Northeast California.
California. Only California could be this screwed up. I almost said the F word there, but
yeah. Crossing California and then Tasmania, mate, you end up with a fuck up. Sorry to all the nice people out there.
Okay, so we just took a tour with the sad tour was this way into town, right? Do you see me making cursor?
Yeah, can you zoom in a
Yeah,
little bit?
all the red buildings were taken by the
Gone.
fire.
Yep.
There's about 900 or so in here. They're just kind of stacked on top of each other.
She almost did say frog.
Right. So the car goes down this way. And we go on Stampfy Lane, right? We
Stampfy Lane,
yeah. So we go across the tracks, go across the field, go across the fields. We end up here.
Yep.
Then we go right around the bend. Then we go around this way. Now your address that you gave me.
Just up here. There's no point in pointing at me bloody thing.
Right there.
Yep.
It's way off the road.
Yeah,
so there's no photograph. Wait.
It's just a long driveway.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. It's black, so there's no picture. There's only a picture if there's damage or if it's destroyed. So we went way past over here. La 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 la. See how the black means the building's okay. Yeah. Now this is the bridge right there. And so when I paused the video, that thing was looking like this. Like they rebuilt. Destroyed. This is the corral on the right. There ain't nothing there. This is the other building on the left. This is the way it looks.
And then there's no point in pointing, but
so my car goes up here to the right and it stops. This is that bridge here. So you're saying that turning left up this road is going to go to your house nowhere past it. See? We're going to the right.
Oh, right. I know what. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
So you said you went across this bridge to Taylorsville. You're saying you went over like this, all the way down to here?
Yeah.
No way. Holy crap, you're a madman. You went across this bridge and went this way?
It's the longest fucking walk I'd ever fucking made in my life over there. I thought she was the biggest prick I've ever met.
Wait, you must have gone right.
It
then
took me forever.
Right. Look, there's a different bridge. You're thinking of this bridge right here.
That's the one I'm talking about, yeah.
I am talking about that.
Oh, no. That's way up on the valley. No. I'm talking about that one. No.
You got confused.
Yeah, I did. Sorry.
So when you said you took this
that other bridge,
that would take 3 days.
Well, the other one took long enough anyway.
Oh man! But here's what I'm marveling at. You look at the destruction of these buildings. They're that right, and then in my video. Okay, we're gonna switch back to video. Oh, crap! I stopped it somehow. All right, go back how I StreamYard.
You had to knock that one off and
start
it again. Still good. I'll soon turn you on again.
I did it.
See?
Okay, so let's rewind.
There's the bridge.
Let's go back. This is brand new. All brand new. Unless I am terribly confused about something, but I do not think I am.
Is that the big Buffalo Ranch?
I don't know. Do I look like a buffalo meat producer or otherwise involved in that industry to you? Like, oh yeah, I buy my buffaloes there all the time, friend.
Fact is, I know. I was just hoping you'd know.
We had a cabin and we went camping and fishing and played cards, and cut Christmas trees. And
I was just a silly old Tasmanian. Used to just be married to a booming local there and used to drink lots of grog.
Grog?
Alcohol.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you ever hear any rumors about like the Ketty murders and
Yep,
people's
yep. I
theories?
was told all about Ketty. At the that that the murders at the
Hmm.
bunch of houses there. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I was told all about that, and
they're they're still
wasn't
abandoned.
the place. Yeah, yeah. It wasn't the place to go to. Um,
Oh God,
she
no.
wouldn't even she wouldn't even take me. But we drive past there a lot, but we'd never ever go there. Um, yeah, but my main interest was like only because I watched it on TV, like Indian River, this, that, and the other, with the gold um, prospectors and this, that, and the other. Um,
Oh yeah, the gold miners.
yeah, and like, but I thought it was fascinating, like the locals, they took me in, like a few of the local guys at the pub, at the bar, they, like ex-Vietnam vets and that, they always sort of, hey, well, one of them in particular, Charles, he took me playing out with his big guns, his big bangers. He took me snowmobiling and just what a normal tourist or not what a normal person that would just go there for a visit had experienced, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, you got the whole 9 yards. That's cool.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
could you
yeah.
could come over here and shoot my guns.
But but
Sasquatch sightings. Whoa, lead guitar man. Mm.
yeah, well, you see,
I'm trying to
and
find
then,
another video.
and what like guitar man saying too, some not so into such crutches, but um
Sasquatch.
the like the dog cage was fully enclosed, like the top as well. Um, like to me, being from where I'm at, the um, just it's odd because I suppose we don't have mountain lions or cougars or whatever's bears. Um,
Lions and tigers and bears. Am I?
eh?
Just kidding. That's from Wizard of Oz. There's lions and tigers and bears. Oh my! And then they break into song.
Yeah. Well, it's
Dorothy from
pretty
Wizard of
much
Oz.
like that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Let's
What are
see.
your thoughts on that, Cat?
What?
No, it's the Sasquatch. Sasquatch.
Oh, my friend keeps bugging me to go on some Sasquatch hunt, and
Like
he
over in
claims to have
Australia.
he claims to have seen one.
Yep. So over in Australia, they've not so much Tasmania, but in on the mainland, like the Yowie.
Oh, you guys got your folklore? Yeah.
We got our own version of the Sasquatch or the Mountain Man or whatever.
This is Grizzly Flats.
Grizzly Flats. See, that's a name I know. And
It was
no,
Grizzly Flats.
no, they mistake me for the Sasquatch.
Hmm. This I wanted to do for Greenville, but I realized they cleaned up almost everything, and this is what I was about to do, but I had to get John back home. So, but this is the drone of mine, and we went over this with an airplane. Grizzly Flats, just oh my god, this is where towns
It's
used to
just
be.
gone. Just level.
I'll just let it go.
No,
All
I'm
right,
just saying, just leveled. What? It's just
yeah, yeah.
gone.
Yeah. So
That's nuts.
here I am set up at the entrance of a cemetery, and a crazy guy came by and harassed me in CPRO. That CPRO. Thank God I was with a guy. I mean, I always go around everywhere armed, but I don't want to have to use weapons. This totally crazy nut job comes by. So I am not on a grave. You could clearly see that. This is the driveway to where you drive into the cemetery, and it's just inside of the gate. And here, let me play the next part. As we're setting up the drone. And there's nowhere else to like park unless it's simply people's property and they've lost everything. So I thought it would be very somber to take and show the graves that have been destroyed by the wildfire. Like the cemetery's gone. Look at it. They had re-put up some power lines and stuff. And so
Yep.
here I am ready to get some somber. This is a tree stump of an old growth tree that shaded the cemetery that they had to cut down. And so I'm just camera testing and stuff. And as I fly somewhere and fly back, I just see this guy approaching. He's got like a boonie hat on, kind of like mine, but like military, right? And so I have a blue carpet from which to take off. So I'm setting this up for this documentary, and most of the people like me in this town and know who the hell I am. Just like Greenville, you know, people know who the
Yeah.
hell I am. And so here I take off, and I'm trying to get this dramatic shot of the graves. Now you see all that stuff on the right? That's where these backhoes have been. These are roads.
Yep.
They did not try to crush graves with backhoes. They went to where the roads already were. If you look at a map of this cemetery, there's roads. You know, you don't just carry a bunch of coffins into a cemetery. They go on a hearse. And so this is the
Yeah.
fence. This is the fence. This is the big road over here.
Yep.
And I tried to
Yep.
park right there, but my car was tilted to the side like crazy. So I just parked right inside the gate. This is the missing gate. So I'm filming the historical cemetery and just doing a good general wide shot here. And you can just see how messed up this place is. And fire doesn't care. It takes your house, takes people's lives, takes history,
Yeah.
takes everything.
Fire
And
does not discriminate.
yeah, so here I figure I've got this somber part of my documentary. And
Yep.
so this dude walks by, and he's looking down and just walking away. He's not trying to get my attention. He's just walking down the street, coming over towards us, but haphazardly and like by crooked paths, you know. And I'm keeping an eye on things. I'm ready to answer his questions and tell him who the hell I am. Most
Yeah.
people want to buy me lunch when they hear that, or at least have a, you know, kind word or something.
Yeah.
Or they've never heard of me, but then they say, oh, wow, okay. And then, so here's my I'm at maximum altitude here, which is like 375 feet, and I'm trying to set up shots. And I'm watching him approach, and there's wind to deal with, and I've only got X amount of batteries. The car's running because we're charging batteries as we're filming. We've got X amount of daylight. Look at the shadows. We have to match the shadows. All this concern. So now I'm trying to do an up pan to look south at where the fire came to the town. Right. This is I think they lost 3,500 structures right here. And so here I am trying to be cinematic, and this is raw footage, and I'm showing this to you first. You know, this is where you're debuting on your channel, right? It's just sad. It's god awful sad. So all of a sudden, this guy starts walking towards my car. I wave, put my hand, you know, like hello, and I also mentioned to him like I'm in the middle of flight here. Like I can't waste the daylight, the batteries, whatever. I have like 3 shots of this take before I'm losing the sunset. Blah, 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 blah. So and this is actually very hard to use the controller and not jerk the camera up and down. Like, that's one of the smoothest pans I've ever done in my life. I'm going,
Yeah.
"Phew, okay, shot number 1's done. Now I've got to
Yeah.
turn to the left, and then as the camera's turning, I've got to pan down. It's damned hard to do with a remote control. So it comes up and ruins everything. Starts giving me the evil eye. I don't know how else to describe it, right? It's giving C-Probe the evil eye. So now if somebody was flying a recreational drone to have some fun, I don't think I'd be very happy about that either, but I'm glad to explain myself.
Yeah.
And he doesn't give us a chance to explain ourselves. He goes, "You get out of here," right? I said, "I'm here on business, filling what the fire's aftermath." And he goes, "I don't care, get out of here." And I said, "Sir, this is public property." He goes, "It's cemetery." "Yeah, and it's public property." And he goes, "No, it's not." And I'm like, I'm not going to argue, you know. And so I said, "Look, if you want to call the law, go ahead. We'll talk about it. And if I am on private property, I'll just leave." And there's no signs or anything. It's just a cemetery. And he's got no right to kick me out, but I'd like to explain myself. So I said, "Sir, I'm here filming a documentary." And he goes, "I don't care. Get out of here. Park somewhere else. You're on top of a cemetery. It's disrespectful. You're on top of graves." I said, "This is a road."
It's at top of nothing. Yeah.
But I'm not getting anywhere. So these are all 100% dead trees as far as the eye can see, except for a little strip of green way back there. But on the other side of the strip of green, it's there. This is the massive Caldor fire. Started over
That's
to the
probably
right.
where the fire just jumped across the Burman Bridge or something like that. No.
Yeah, we're looking almost to the east now. Like, that would be due east. So what it did is it came over the canyons, and went to the left. So I want to animate fire here as it sweeps over, right? That's what I'm thinking of for the documentary. And so the first part of Grizzly Flats to be hit, now we're looking almost due east. This is a creek. This neighborhood gets it first.
Yeah.
This is about sunset, so that's why the shadows are pointing almost due east. And so, I mean, this is hard to film. There's wind that you can't see and all this stuff. And everywhere as far as the eye can see, even from an airplane, you can't see any living vegetation really. This is just beyond comprehension. And this was a town of 4,000 people with 3,800 people with 3,500 buildings lost. Only the neighborhood on the far left is unscathed here. So here I am trying to do my damn work, my damn job, and C-Probe is a nice guy, and he's trying to calm the dude down. He approaches him, and the guy's just throwing us hostile glances. And I realize he's wearing like camo fatigues and stuff. And I'm like, oh dear. Perhaps PTSD veteran or something going on here. Sometimes they move out to the middle of nowhere to be alone.
Yeah.
But this was not really exactly the middle of nowhere. This was a town of 3,500 something people. But God knows. So, and I'm looking at him like he might be a looter too, because there's all kinds of looters. And even people stealing the scrap metal for their meth and whatever. And so a lot of times these people involved in the drug trade, they want to kick you out because I could see their drug deals and stuff with my drone, or their growing operation or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So I invite him to call the law. Let the law sort it out. So he doesn't like that idea. And but he's rattling on about how it's disrespectful to do here, film a cemetery, be in a cemetery, be on top of graves, and oh yeah, I'm just destroying graves, right? So once he's not really listening to me, I said, "You know what, sir, I'm just going to leave." So what I have to do though is land my drone first, and that'll take a minute because he's getting hostile with Sea Pro, but he's yelling at him. He's now
Yep.
starting to gesture wildly,
Mm-hmm.
and that's nothing good is going to happen. So I say, okay, I'll leave. And then if I had to come back and film, I was going to bring the sheriff with me, for God's sake. So this is these little bodies of water. I just want to point out to the to right here. This is what I based. That's the teardrop pond that I just nicknamed. You
Yeah.
won't believe. I'll show you what this place looks like in a second. That's the only thing I could do to orient myself. So when we flew over this with the airplane, I just couldn't believe it. That's the teardrop pond. So the remains of the post office are right up here for reference. And Sarah Luna took me here before in that December, but snow was on the ground and I could not comprehend. So
Have you heard from Sarah?
not lately.
I've been wondering, like ever since all that happened, I haven't really sort of heard from anybody really, and I remember what happened with her and all that.
Well,
Has she got back on her feet a bit, or what?
gosh, I would like her to explain that because
Because
any
she
info I
had a shit go.
oh god, yeah. I was gonna take her up an airplane with Sea Probe to see all this stuff, and when we
Yeah.
did go down Highway 50, and we saw clearly that her neighborhood just as
God.
destroyed and a lot of debris on the ground still and like outlines of things. And this here at Tahoe looks so bad from the air too. You
Yeah.
can see why that ski resort didn't reopen. And it broke my heart, and I'm glad that she didn't go.
Yeah.
Or at least, I could have taken some film, shown her a little bit, and then she would have decided for herself. But we couldn't make contact with her. She was busy working. She started a business, and then she was working with the guy that Matthew Henderson guy, right?
Right. Yeah.
Who never apologized or got back to me or anything. And so the problem is that
Yeah.
she uses his account and stuff, and so we tried to work together during the Electra fire, and I kind of guided her into where the fire kind of generally was, but I didn't know where it was. And I got the feeling that since they're like associated, he didn't want me showing her video on my stream. And so I think if she has to choose between us, she has to go with her business partner, right?
Oh, right, okay, so that. Right.
So that's not something that bothers me. I'm disappointed,
Yeah.
but I know that things were just like anybody recovering. Okay for a bit, not okay for a bit. Okay for a bit, not okay for a bit.
Yeah.
So, and then when Sea Probe and I had the opportunity to go see her in Tahoe, guess what? The craziest crappy weather came in. We couldn't land there. We were about ready to land at Tahoe Airport and pick her up. And all of a sudden, this crazy wind comes up. So it's a very hard airport. It's challenging. And we were not in the kind of airplane that handles mountains very well. We were in a Cessna 182.
Yeah.
And so I was doing fine. Maybe it's because I was once an athlete, but I usually have very good oxygen. Yeah, welcome to the pettiest of people, right? Yeah, so God, I'll tell you what happened with that. It was a. I don't even blame him so much. A troublemaker came in and said that I was rebroadcasting a journalist's entire thing and monetizing it on YouTube and stealing his footage. So this was a troll. And so instead
It's
of like
probably more like the other way around, if you ask me. But anyway.
well, no, I don't think he ever used my footage for anything. However, he knew
No.
full well that I was broadcasting.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean that? Yeah. So I asked him several times if things were okay. Never got a straight up answer until, I would say, hi, me and my 400 viewers think you're a hero. And I because he was driving to people's homes and checking on their properties to see if they were burned down or not. He's a pro journalist and that's his job. And so I had been watching his back and saying, dude, the fire crossed the road in front of you. And I never really got direct replies, but tried to help him. I did
Yeah.
direct message him on Facebook, never got a reply.
Oh,
And it's
yeah.
a busy job, but
Is
he did
this,
say,
is
hi,
it,
Kath. Huh?
was this when it was all really hectic?
Oh, God, yes. And,
Yeah, I think I
but
know who you mean. Yeah, without
yeah, this,
having to say who you're talking about. Yep.
I already said his name. That's okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But,
Thing is
yeah.
I've taken the high road and just, I'm wondering what to do about the situation because it's demoralizing to the people. I mean, we don't have to like each other, but if we can work each other to make people feel better, it's good.
Or even save people. Yeah.
Right. And so I
You
would say
don't have to.
hi. I sent a lot of my people his way to give him money because I thought it was great. He was going to people's homes and checking on them, and he needed gas money. He needed support, and
Yep.
so a lot of my own people went to his place. He was only on Facebook, and so people begged me to rebroadcast his stuff on YouTube. And so I
Yep.
respectfully, muted it for a bit, and I'd cut back and look to him, and then I'd greet him in the chat and say, "Hi, me and my 450 viewers think you're awesome." And
We're all going there. Yep.
and he goes, "Hi, Kathryn's 450 viewers," and then he actually, I would say stuff like, we joked, tell that firefighter we think he's a hero, and he goes, "Hey, firefighter, viewers say you're a hero," and I said, "Now tell him we think he's sexy," and he goes, "And they also say that you're attractive." Because a guy telling another guy you're sexy was supposed to be hilarious, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, we were getting along, and so I don't know exactly where things went wrong. But one day, it's probably like the next day, and he interacted with me like three different times on the stream, saying my name, saying this and that, and he even made a joke. Like somebody goes, "Does she have permission to rebroadcast your videos?" And he goes, "No." And then it was all lol, like in his chat, because he was joking. So, but I'd be on there for hours watching him, coming in, coming back. We were excited every time he got on because he
Yeah.
was the hero. I was the armchair, broadcaster, but he was out there in the field. And it was a particularly stressful day where he got into shake and bake. He was getting ready to put himself in a fire shelter because he got stuck in Westwood. And Westwood was evacuated and couldn't leave. So they were ready. He was ready to abandon his vehicle. His vehicle might burn down and he might die. He was practicing getting in a shake and bake is, well, you shake it out because it's like a foil sleeping bag, and then you bake
Yeah.
in it because
Yeah.
they're thick, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine that kind of stress. That's what I said. But some troll joker comes in at this moment in time and says, "Oh, you know what Kathryn's doing?" From what I could piece together, she's rebroadcasting your stuff. She monetized it. She's got ads on your videos. She's stealing your stuff. I don't know why you believe this crap. And so people come into my channel, and I'm busy. Like, I am really busy. I got his stuff because people wanted that on, but I muted it, and I was mostly trying to make a description for my own video. And people said, "He doesn't like you doing this." And I said, "I'm sorry, what?" Because a lot of people have come in, they just say all kinds of shit. And I said, we got an understanding. And I check my messages. I don't have a message from him. I don't have an email. Sure. And then some other people came back and go, "Yeah, he's talking about you on the stream." I said, "What?" So I stop what I'm doing, go back on the stream. I type in, "Hello. People are saying you don't want me to broadcast your stuff." He totally ignores me or doesn't see me. And starts saying, "I'm losing my patience with her. I want you all to go into her stream and tell her not to do this." And that's when like 600 people trampled in on my stream and called me every name under the sun. I said I was a dick and I was a jerk and I was, all this stuff. And they're reporting me, and all my mods had to ban like 500 people. I mean, do you remember all the cuss words that went by? Like
I
thousands of cuss
do.
words.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So I don't think what he understood is that in the internet world, that's a declaration of war.
Yeah. Like lately, Guitar Man's last comment, welcome to the pettiness of people, Kathryn's very well seasoned into that already. Couple of years seasoned into that part of it, just by trying to save people's lives. And sorry for a sec, just while I'm just thinking of it. And Rob, one day I need to have a talk to you about that subject of pettiness of people. Not with you or Mrs. T, but some others. But they can wait for another day.
Try not to let it bother you at 41. These people are just pathetic. I'm not saying unrelated. I mean, the people who are ragging on you, that tells you how pathetic they are.
Oh, look.
6.
Yeah,
6 on your
look.
back.
We're all going to have haters. Everyone's going to have haters.
Yeah.
But, what I don't like is haters being haters because they've been told to be haters.
Yeah, mindlessly. And you know what? I checked my Facebook the other day, and I haven't been on it for like a year because there's just too much politics, sad stuff, spam, and
Yeah.
I hadn't had any damn time. I've been out filming stuff. So I go there, and I still have these ancient messages from his people finding me on Facebook and threatening me and telling me what I'm doing is illegal, and they're going to call the cops. And I'm going, oh my God. So
Yeah.
what I think I'm going to do is reach out, because what broke my heart was this. Here I am in Grizzly Flats, and I'm talking to survivors, and they're happy to talk to me. They had not known about the channel at the time, and I let Grizzly Flats down. I did not understand what was happening to the town. Caldor Fire was a small thing at the time. There is a
Yeah.
Grizzly Flats in Plymouth County. So when people came in and
Yeah,
told me,
man.
when they said, "Oh, you're very welcome. Subscribe, and you'll see more."
And you made that very clear.
Oh.
Grizzly Flats and Grizzly Flats, or Grizzly whatever it is, the two separate Grizzlies. You did,
Right.
I remember, because I watched it. I was watching it. You made it very, very clear.
I did not understand that this was a different town burning down. I thought it was a old ghost town in Plymouth County, because on Grizzly Peak. And so people told me there was a fire on
Grizzly Peak and
Peak, Grizzly Flats, and I said, no, there isn't. I don't get it. And nobody pointed it out, so I was not here during the time that this town got overwhelmed. And it happened this fast. It just, the wind picked up and so, but afterwards I made amends as much as I could and just tried to. So this is what broke my heart. Here I am, I go to talk to the survivors, and they want to know if I know Matthew. I went, oh, yeah, sort of. And they won't stop asking me, am I his friend? Do we work together? Because we were both their heroes.
Yeah.
I had to explain that there's been a misunderstanding, best I could, try to laugh it off. And they just, their faces fell.
Yeah, yeah.
And so I think I'm just going to reach out and be like, you don't have to like me, but let's talk to our own people and just say, this is a damn misunderstanding by a troll. He had a very bad day. He was looking death in the face. I'm not that mad. I'm mad at the troll. I mean, I wish things were different, but who the hell cares? Life is too damn short for this crap.
Yeah,
so, all the people who blocked me on YouTube, if you would just tell me to not do that, maybe I could save their life. I get enough emails. I've done that.
That's the thing, like if you saved a life, that's your job's done.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the way how I say it. If you save one life,
Yeah.
You've done a good job.
And this is what breaks my heart is that's my goal. And I want to help everybody, even if they don't like me. But these
and
people in the midst of a wildfire crisis blocked my channel, and I was the only person covering this shit.
yep, yep.
So
And like, I'm not gonna like. I've been going through a few dramas myself, right? Not through like that, but through people telling other people that they can't talk to me. You know, like guilt through guilt through association, blah blah blah. You know, like got one particular fellow I'm really gutted because he won't even acknowledge me anymore. Or because somebody else who's actually just, I don't know, to me needs medical help, but um, uh, basically said you either talk to him or you talk to him. If you talk to him, forget about me. You're an arsehole if you talk to him. You know, and it's like it's freaking YouTube, you know, and everyone's grown people.
yeah, and
And
thanks, lead guitar man. That'll be cool. I'll see you in my channel sometime. I'm really ill right now, and I haven't been on very much, but 41 is too, and I'm like, damn it, he can do it. I can do it.
yeah, well, I think lead guitar man has got a rough idea what I'm on about, but
Oh,
I'm not going to get in, not with him, but he knows what I'm on about. But
right.
you know, like I don't know how to put it, but yeah, um, it's just a shame how people can't make their own minds up. You know,
Yeah,
like,
mindless. The
yeah,
fanboyism. It's like seriously.
yeah. Well, you know, like you got someone going off at everybody, and then yeah, I don't know. Um,
Oh, cool. Yeah, and we should ask, what do you do, lead guitar man? Like, I'm sorry, are you done? See, I have ADD. This is why I'm sorry.
like a time man's go on. Excuse me for a sec. I've got to go to the law again. But like a time man's in chat for a sec, and I'll just go to Lou.
I know I feel like a dick. Hi, 41. I think I'll interrupt you on your stream, and then okay, never mind. Sorry, I'll
Yeah,
shut up now. And he's like,
you're,
bye.
you're the boss. You're in charge.
See, I'm better as an entertainer, not as like a conversationalist. I'm no good. Like in a party or something, I just mindlessly talk and
Bullshit.
yeah.
Bullshit. You do a
Well,
bloody good job, and
be
you know it.
no, I've been rude on your show. Interrupted the host a bunch of times. Yeah, but I think I blurt stuff out because I'm terrified I'm about to forget it. Uh, but I was always the shy person in the class because I was too afraid to say stuff like in a conversational way. But if I'm on stage, I just put myself in a performer's thing, like I'm on stage, and I don't know, it feels different. But like you get me in a party, and I'm like, hi, hi. You know, this crazy guy might come into view because this is about the time I was landing. I cut this drone trip short because I shouldn't call him crazy. He's hostile. I mean, crazy hostile. For an unspecified reason I could not exactly identify. But his accusation that I would violate a cemetery really made me mad. I mean, them's fighting words. Take 10 paces and draw. I should have gotten him on film because I figured he was about to assault Sea Probe. Like, I was worried about violence breaking out. So I just said, that's it. And I almost didn't land on the stump. That's it. I'm just going to leave. I'm just going. Let's see, what is this one? 191224. Yeah, lead guitar man, you're one of the first people to see any of this footage. I'm trying to make a documentary about the Caldor and Dixie fires, and I don't know if you have any connection to California whatsoever, but what happened last couple of years has been insane. And I'm not like an expert. I'm not some sort of firefighter, but I nearly lost my brother to the Paradise Fire, and after that, it was a giant wake-up call because we did lose our family friend to a wildfire that the stupid power company started a year before. Our friend burned to death in his house, and we used to live in that area. So I made it my business to figure out wildfire behavior, track it, learn to do it from the air, satellites, radio, and then it kind of went viral from there. But what I just wanted to do was history videos, man, just history videos. Here's the second flight. Yeah, the second flight the guy wanders over. This is a real short one then. Why is the screen flickering? Yeah. I must have had different settings because it looks like it's lighter, doesn't it? It's definitely later in the day. Yeah, if you ever feel like you're about to be assaulted, definitely keep your camera rolling because you'll either have evidence that you didn't start the fight or it'll go viral because you get punched. Yeah, I was trying to realign the drone because I couldn't remember if when we flew over it in the airplane, if we hit the teardrop lake at the correct angle. I have a cool idea to bring this home is first show satellite damage, then show airplane, then show drone, then show ground level footage. Yeah. I think I punched the return to home button when the guy started threatening Sea Probe. Speaking from the standpoint of someone who used to be on a worldwide TV show, oh goodness, never go anywhere without someone performing security. Yeah, especially when you look like me. I'm like 5'3", weigh 94 pounds ish. Yeah, I don't look intimidating at all. If people knew what I used to do, they'd be intimidated, but they don't. That's good advice. So we might get the guy in the shot here. I remember. Yeah, see, he's coming up from behind my car. So this is what he does. He comes up threatening and hollering, and you guys got to get out of here stuff. And then I said, look, I'm landing my drone. Look above you. It's coming down. Everything's fine. See him gesturing and stuff. And he goes, get your car out of here. And I said, well, I got to land first. It's a helicopter, like look above you. And as Sea Probe's in the white hat turning to him, trying to get him to calm the hell down or listen. He's not listening. And then he starts saying, well, here, I'm going to go move your car for you. And he approaches my car. That's when I lost my cool. Oh, yeah, this is a false little video. And I must have hit the button to stop recording, unfortunately, because he walks over to my car like he's going to get in and is running to charge my drone batteries. So that's when I turned to face him and put my hand on my knife on my hip and started walking towards him. I said, "What did you just say?" I'm sorry. What did you say?
Where's his car?
He doesn't have one. He wandered around from. Let me rewind here. See, I'm on a return trip. See, this is a main road. He came from out here and made a
So,
circuitous route, went over here, goes up this way, goes back this way, goes back this way, goes back this way. Every time he looked at him, he averted his gaze and took another route, like he was going this way, but we turn our back on him and he'd head toward us again.
dodgy as, yeah.
Does that mean balls?
Dodgy. Nah, dodgy. You know, like,
Oh, dodgy, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I found out there is no police out here, period. Even though there's looters and stuff, so all the citizens were jumpy, high-strung, taking care of themselves, and there's no police station, there's no sheriff's office, and really crappy cell phone service. And so the nearest town that has a store is 35-minute drive to the west. And that
what
town,
was that? What was that
it's not
by
even,
Quincy?
huh?
Not Quincy.
No, this is Grizzly Flats, so we're not even.
Oh, Grizzly Flat. Sorry. Yep.
Yeah, so the nearest town is, oh God, what is that little tiny place? It's really a crossroads that has a grocery store and a struggling deli. Like not a grocery store, it's a convenience store, cigarettes, lucky to have milk, like some Hot
Always have
Pockets.
beer.
Beer, cigarettes, and Hot Pockets is what you're going to find there.
Yep.
And then if you wanted to summon help from like the county seat, it's a very sparsely populated county. This is the far western edge of the El Dorado National Forest. It has no law. The only campgrounds that survived are in the extreme south of this sprawling, gigantic national forest. And we did try to drive through the forest to get here, and that meant that we had 3 hours of driving every day just to get to where we wanted to film, and then 3 hours driving back, and it was just awful. We were burning through $250 in fuel a day. And then we'd only have a couple of hours of daylight and have to return. Like, I just wanted to kind of stay there. Security, I was in a related field before, but I needed to be better armed. And I needed to have somebody more intimidating looking than C-Probe. Now, when John Stoker was with me, he looks like a biker dude, but he wasn't with us every day. I had no idea that some town that normally would have welcomed me and been like, thank you, that I'd come across somebody like that. But that was a good lesson.
Yeah.
So
John Stoker, I was hoping John was going to come across tonight, but anyway, maybe the next time he will. I like John; he's good.
Yeah. And everybody's asking me, why does he have an Egyptian sarcophagus in his living room?
Yeah, how cool is that? And I love that shot of you coming out of it, like you banging it.
Oh, I would have loved that. Yes.
Yeah. That would have been brilliant.
Holy mackerel! Let me see if I've got any more drone footage. We came back another day, but let me just show you what this town used to look like. I think I did a close-up zoom of their ancient post office. Yeah, this is where the post office was, and I went down into the flagpole. Look at the American flag there. Now I'm so far away on my controller and on my phone. I'm seeing glitchy, pixelated, like 240p videos. So I don't know if I'm about to run my drone into that tree, or what my clearance is, or if the drone is near it. We see that fence everywhere. I never get it back. It would be like in this fenced off thing. So all I know is that I haven't run into the tree yet. And if I go just straight up and straight down, I'll be okay. So I'm doing this blind. Hindsight, I should have just gotten a lot closer to this. What we're looking at is the remains of a post office, all the post office boxes, furniture, like a stove in there, and I found out this was from the 1800s.
Just
so let me
sad mess, yeah.
Let me take you to Street View of Google Maps. You won't believe what you're going to see now. Grizzly Flats. Hang on a sec. and I'll have to go eventually here. Yeah, the first thing that comes up is a burned out thing, and it's Wikipedia. Okay, so let me change my. Let's go back to present, share screen. Okay, there we go. Can you see the map now?
Yep.
All right. So see how far away this is? That's Lake Alamo right up there.
Yeah.
So we're way the hell down here. That day I drove from Lake Almanor to Reno, Carson City, South Lake Tahoe, and John's house was somewhere on I-88 here in the strip.
Bloody hell! Where did you find the hours in the day to do that? Oh, well,
I made it one
sorry.
day.
It's Kathryn Davidson. That's right. I forgot. You make the hours, don't you? Bloody hell!
Oh, that was a brutal drive. It was a damn brutal drive. And so I
Yeah.
went live from South Lake Tahoe and saw the sunset there. So it was a grueling. It was 104, 114 degrees, depending. Let me give you some idea of the terrain. So the Caldor fire started just north of Omo Ranch. This is where Grizzly Flats is. It was just stuck down here for a bit. And I'm not going to tell you the origins, but I now believe the scapegoated father and son who were supposedly shooting guns. I think that they were just scapegoated. And I don't believe that there will be a conviction. I don't think it'll even go to trial. I think they're going to be released. And the trail has already gone way too cold for who started the damn thing.
Yeah.
But we'll address that in the documentary. So, okay, Somerset is the nearest almost a town. The thing about this is they're all ghost towns. Some of them just have some remnant buildings and some people. Like Omo Ranch is a ghost town. Used to have a big mill. There's a population of 15 now. So it started right down in here. Was stuck down here in this canyon, and for days there's inefficient, confused, and poor firefighting done because of a variety of reasons. The smoke filled this area in this deep canyon. So people couldn't actually see the damn thing when there was light winds. The smoke just hazed. Several days go by. And then Coulson Aviation came up with their nighttime helicopters, and they would have put it out in a single night, but the Forest Service and CAL FIRE kept saying it's our fire, and the other people don't have authorization to allow you to fly. And so Coulson Aviation went, what the? Like, they need to get paid for the job. And they say, okay, what? They finally give up after like 2 days in leave or 3. Third day, all hell breaks loose, and it races up this canyon. It's being driven north by extremely high force winds, and it's just hours before it just races up all this distance.
Yeah.
So Grizzly Flats is taken out in a matter of hours in an evening, and nobody had any warning. They just had to get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
This is what it looked like. This is where we were seeing the footage. I still don't really believe this.
Yeah.
So let's go up to the post office, right? Let's go up to the post office. I still don't understand this. When Sarah Luna put this on the phone, I said, this is where we are? No way. This cannot be where we are. So it's an 1800s gold rush town, classical, survived struggling into the World War II era because there was lumber, but then
survived lots of things. Yeah.
Cheap Canadian lumber is really what killed California's lumber industry. NAFTA. So it was the 90s when this all went to hell. And I can't go north from the community church. Let me go back. Let's just zip. Okay, I don't know why it didn't keep going. So to the right.
Like Guitar Man, pretty much. It all started to be a political shit fight, mate.
Yeah. So we're going towards the post office now. This is exactly the same flight my drone took. Cemetery's behind us. We're going up the street to the post office. And Siccaroni Road. There was a family that homesteaded here from the 1800s, and they had the blacksmithy on their property, and yeah, that's post office. So that's not the 1800s one. I think I was around the street, but they had like their homestead and their
But all that's burnt. That's all gone, eh?
yeah. This is why I just showed you my drone
Yeah.
went
Yeah.
down directly like so.
Yeah.
So
That's
Zinc
sad.
Flats post office. So their community building up here is surrounded by trees, but it survived. So that is one of the few buildings. Okay, I'm boiling. Let me turn off this heat. I don't think they were gonna see it. Yeah, one of their fire stations is up here. Yeah, this structure survives. That
Yep.
it's their community building / firehouse or whatever. So let me just put satellite on. See the homes everywhere.
Yep.
Like so, these are old satellite things.
You zoom in a bit if you can.
Yeah, so that's where's the teardrop lake that'll orient you to this. It was very hard for me to figure out. Yeah, here it is. That's Teardrop Lake, and this was their fire station. I believe they may have lost it. So let's go to the cemetery so you're a little bit more oriented. Let's see, where was that cemetery? Was it by the church? The fact that I can't figure this out tells you something. My God, this may have been where I was. It was under trees. So, Pioneer Cemetery, here it is, right here. Temporarily closed, will says that about the other things. So the guy, remember how this was like just nothing? The guy came from over here, went that way, here. The Pioneer Cemetery. Can't even see graves or whatever. So this is the sprawling kind of a town.
Yeah.
Basically built in the forest. So the only parts of the town were over here that got saved. Everything else was the fire blazed up here to Sly Park, Pollock Pines, crossed Highway 50 over here, went up to these lakes. There's Sierra Tahoe and Sarah Luna's house. She was watching from here. She has a compelling video of the
because her mum.
Yeah,
her mum was at Pollock Pines, wasn't she?
Kybers. So this gives you an idea of the enormity of it. So it starts down here, goes up, takes out Grizzly Flats, and just within days, it's going up to Pollock Pines, Placerville. I was worried for it. And so Kybers is over here. So once it got to this is I'm going to put the terrain back on. You can see that
because her mum's in peril there for a little while, wasn't she?
Right. So this is how Sarah Luna and I met. I'm telling people you really have got to get away from this. You're not going to have any warning. Like this, these are the places you should not be. And if they're not calling for an evacuation yet, they're going to leave before you're asked, and that's the best.
Yeah.
And I explained why.
At that stage, I was watching it 24/7. So, and I remember it all as if it was yesterday, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
something insane was happening every day, and with both fires. And sometimes I didn't know, should I switch to? Let me get Cal Topo back up so the lead has a much better idea. Where did I put Cal Topo? That's the Dixie status structure map. Here it is. All right. Leave Greenville for a second. If we turn on fire history, fire activity, fire history. I bet it's history now. Yeah, the Dixie Fires outline is here. Just turn off global imagery. So that's the enormity of the Dixie. That's the border with Oregon is up here. You can
Yeah.
see it. That entire red spot is the Dixie. So here's Lake Tahoe, right there. This whole red thing is the Caldor. So starts here at Elmo Ranch. Here's Grizzly Flats. Here's Sly Park. No, Elmo Ranch. Elmo Ranch, Grizzly Flats, Sly Park, and there's a Sly Park reservoir. That's a good thing. And then over here you got Placerville, right? So back to Google Maps though. So Sarah Luna's mom was at Kybers, which the wind was going each direction each day because it's a wind tunnel. So even though the prevailing wind came up from the south, once it goes into these canyons, it'll go this way, that way, this way, this way. So we knew that it was coming for Kybers. And at this point, Sarah Luna and me, and I cannot even imagine it reaching Tahoe. It's just, but after seeing what the Dixie Fire did, I had a kind of a bad feeling. So I started listening to locals, and all you got to do is think, okay, fire will keep traveling until something stops it. So what's there to stop it? And they told me this was so rocky out here, it would be hard for fire to keep traveling. But then when we went and did, Street View and stuff, like Strawberry was going to be their last stand. Strawberry Lodge.
Yeah.
People are telling me that's Lover's Leap. And wow, this looks different without snow. Yeah, that's where I met Sarah and David. Wow, flashback. David is C-Pro. So this is coming, that's west, coming uphill, up towards Tahoe this way. If it were to climb this, then there'd be no way to save Tahoe because it's too rocky to build a fire line. And I looked, I went, oh, Nikes, there's a fire ladder here. There's vegetation. So it's a crazy thing. People keep coming in saying, it's a solid wall of rock. Nothing can get past it. And I said, are you nuts? Look, the green stuff.
It can climb up there, and once it gets to the top, it's going to go whooshka.
Yeah. So Sarah Tahoe is the big ski resort, and Sarah lived at the base of this, into this little area, right? So she's all the way over here. The fire has just reached the Pullet Pines area. Thank God they saved Pullet Pines. And it crossed at Pacific House, starts climbing to the north. And at this point, I'm worried for Truckee. Like, holy crap. Because
well, I was too, because it's like, it was just, I don't know why. I was really worried about all of it because of my being over there, and all that.
So her mom wouldn't leave. She comes in my channel and says, what do? I can't convince her to leave. I've been telling her how dangerous it is, how deadly it is. I said, that's what you need to stop. Because when people refuse to leave, it's because they're actually overwhelmed by fear, so they don't feel it anymore at all.
Yeah.
And so I said, just give her options and tell her she's in control and tell her how you feel, how much better you're going to feel if she'll come to safety. So guess where we thought safety was? We thought safety was at Sarah Tahoe, where Sarah lived.
We're in the right spot.
So Sarah's like, thank you, I got her to go. And she packed a suitcase, her mom did. I wanted to meet her mom, that would be so cool, of their heirlooms and photos and stuff, right? Well, she leaves it in Kybers.
Yeah.
And doesn't pack it in the car. And so she gets to Sarah's house and they're like, the heirlooms.
Oh, I'm going to go back and get them.
Oh, we couldn't by that time. Just like I predicted, they put a mandatory evac, and the fire spread in the canyon. They were powerless to keep it up off these massive cliffs, and it starts moving with the wind this way to the right, this way to the right every day. And this is too steep for them to possibly control anything. And I said, don't worry, I bet Kybers is going to survive because it's so tiny of a village. They don't have that many buildings to protect, and oftentimes the embers will just float over to the other side, and it's not that bad. Same thing with Strawberry. I figured they got this. Strawberry will survive. But then I thought, all it takes though is it for it to be up here, and the wind to take it over here.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so Lover's Leap is this rocky stuff right here. I can't remember. So I was woken up in the middle of the night, and we were watching the Sierra Tahoe camera, and I come back to the stream, and what was it, like 3 in the morning, my time?
Hi,
And
Cindy.
they said, look, the fire's gone over to
Gone
the
over the
fire.
ridge.
Yeah, it's gone over Lover's Leap. I didn't really
Yeah.
even believe this, but we confirmed it with cams. And so I said, everybody evacuate Tahoe. But that's the proudest thing
Yeah.
we ever did is we got thousands of people to leave Tahoe before we got there, and only God saved the town. Only just this little wind shift.
Yep.
I thought we
Yeah.
were going to see another paradise. And I'm just so glad we didn't. Whoops, sorry. So,
No, you're right. Yeah, it's unreal though. Like, and like going back to Blakey Tarman's last comment, there was like it was that, and a lot of it, well, with the Dixie Fire and all that was, and probably a lot of the other ones too. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm from Tasmania, different country, but PG&A are pretty much the ultimate culprits. You know, you got this great big company with their power lines and trees and not being maintained and this, that, and the other. Excuse me again. But then on top of that all, you get all the political bullshit.
well, they lie
And
in
then,
the pockets of the politicians. And so the politicians slap their wrist when they burn down entire towns, burn down entire forests, kill hundreds of people at a time.
yeah. And
When
then this
they,
hand doesn't know what that hand's on about.
oh, they know. They know. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm making a documentary. I'm not gonna. So all of a sudden, I go to California to make a documentary about this, right? And I come back like I'm poisoned, like with kidney problems. Like, huh? I kind of
Yeah,
wondered, should I leave? Should I leave a please do a very thorough autopsy? Uh,
yeah,
like safe deposit box note. I ain't doing
yeah,
that.
no,
Like
it's
this.
just bloody. You've copped the bloody wrong end of the stick, haven't you?
Well, they've already been documented killing people before. So the San Bruno pipeline, their negligence blew up a neighborhood and killed people with incineration. You got the
Yeah,
entire movie made, Aaron Brockovich, about how a woman took them down, took them to court, and exposed that they were tainting well water and giving people
yeah,
rare
yeah,
cancers and covering it up. And
yeah.
so Paradise is not the first town they destroyed. It was
No,
chunks of Santa Rosa, Bangor, Loma Rica, and they
yeah,
keep destroying towns. And so, with the Dixie Fire being so enormous, and they started that, Indian Falls burns down, Greenville,
yeah.
Seneca, Lucky S, Canyon Dam, and not just
How?
Paradise, Pence, Concow, Helltown,
Yeah.
Irishtown, Magalia. I don't know how many towns they destroyed with their down power lines. And so,
How Taylorsville stayed, I'll never know, except for the fact of their people and their what they've done in the way of plumbing the town the way they did, and
yeah.
the pumpkins and this, that, and the other. Like otherwise, that place would have gone poof too. And that I was really so worried about that place. Only because it's a special place in my heart, But
it's little, but it matters, And
hell
I
yeah,
wanted to meet that hero of mine, and a hero of everybody, Daniel Kearns.
yep, Then you can't. Then you
And
could.
and
Yeah.
my God, the moment that I'm there to film, the electrifier breaks out. Holy crap. So the mosquito fire just took out a couple other small communities.
Yeah.
I can't write down the towns they've obliterated fast enough. They're already doing another one. I mean, so the Dixie Fire had 35% of the entire nation's firefighters on it. It was that huge.
Yeah.
So when the Caldor broke out, nobody was really there to respond to it. And I remember that they called in volunteers from these tiny communities like Sly Park, and like they had like a roster of 12 at Slug Gulch. Like nobody's heard of Slug Gulch. Yeah, not even locals have heard of Slug Gulch. So that was the first response team. It was 12 guys, and
Yeah. Yeah.
so Colson Aviation would have helped a lot. Yes, it was a stupid political game. They spent months going up in front of the camera at every press conference saying we work together so well, and they said that so often it was suspicious. And I realized, oh my
Yeah.
God. So what happened is there was not enough people to fight the Caldor at all, and the people that I interviewed and talked to in El Dorado County, they still think that it was let burn on purpose, and I
Yeah.
don't think that that was anybody's policy. But then again, they told me that like if you do have some fires but they're not big, then you're going to get a big bonus of funding. And so we do know that in the Tamarack fire, they had a let's return fire to nature thing, and let's let some of our forests burn naturally, just like they happened 120 years ago. And they decided that was a good idea during California's mega drought. So I don't know what
Yeah.
to believe at all anymore. But
Yeah.
all I do know
Look.
one thing is the fire could not be put out by 12 people or the 300 people. It needed about 3,000, and they were on the Dixie. So PG&E caused this too, indirectly.
Yep.
And I think I've decided on the title of my video. It's called "The Company Killing California."
Yeah. Again, I don't live in the country. I was that far from the green card. I was so close on getting it. But then
Well,
it
you want to
all
marry
went
me?
pear
I'll fast track you.
Well, it's like with the other one. It was like, oh, bloody hell.
Kidding. I'm kidding, mate. Yeah.
As
My
long as
dowry
you're
is
not,
pretty expensive.
as long as you're not as bad as the other one, and no, but you know what I mean. It's like bloody hell. Just it. I don't know.
You'd be dead here already in the smoke. Like, there's people dying indirectly of the wildfire smoke, and I have aunts and uncles that probably died early because the air quality was so bad in California. Just
Oh yeah, look, mate. I would have lasted 5 minutes.
yeah.
Yep.
I can't tell you its effect even on me. I would just go there and just not be able to move. Just
Yeah, I believe that. I found it bad enough because of the altitude.
no.
From where, well, like 12 away or 24 hours previous, I was at sea level. I was working on a ship. And then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, I'm up at 7,000 feet. And next thing, they want me to bloody pull bongs and do normal things. So, get out of it. I'll pull the bong, but I'm going to just sit around and do nothing after it. I ain't going to do nothing. I'm puffed out.
Yeah, it's funny that I got altitude sickness at Tahoe because that's about the where it begins is like 6,000 feet, you know. But what I had done
Yeah.
is gone over the passes again, up, down, up, down, up, down, and didn't
Yeah,
realize you're not supposed
yeah.
to do that. But
So
when
it's
Pro,
like,
sorry,
I was going to say, it's like when the old fella, their vet took me up there, snowmobile, and then playing with his big shooters and all that, you know, like that was up around 8,000. It was like, Jesus H Christ, you know, it's like, how do you
Greenville,
do this?
yeah, Greenville was what 3,700 ish, and then
Something like that.
you get to around 4K, and then you get to around. You just go up to the top of those
Well,
ridges, and those are 6.5.
yeah, the real high one up there in Taylorsville, and there's a real
Kitty
beautiful
Ridge.
lake up there. No, not Kitty Ridge. There's beautiful lake, Crystal Lake, isn't it?
Let me look.
Tiny little lake up the top there. It's really, really nice. It's as
Really?
cold as buggery because it's all stone melt. But it's really, really pretty. It's really nice looking
Oh, I
water.
found it. That's it, Mount Hoof. You know that's where that
Mount Huff. Yeah,
that's
Mount
where
Huff. Mount Huff.
the
Mount Huff.
camera was. Remember we watched the fire
Yes.
approach it and
Yeah,
it
yeah.
burned the camera?
Yep.
Ah,
Yeah.
camera functioned.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know why Taylorsville was even at risk and why the Dixie Fire got so bad? Is because the Dixie Fire is two different power line fires. First, it goes down in lower altitude,
Yep.
down by Polga where Paradise happened almost. And then once they got a handle on it, remember they started to draw down. They were
Yep.
drawing down their cruise. It was wrapping up. They confined it to the Feather River Canyon. And then there's a second fire, and it's power lines down west of Quincy, kind of by the Ketty intersection, the Ketty
Yeah,
Y.
then it all went to shit again.
Yeah, it climbed up the top of Mount Huff, and they had to light Mount Huff on fire to save Taylorsville to make a fire break. And
Yep.
they no longer could finish their preparations at Round Valley Reservoir to save Greenville. They split their attention, and one is probably one little ember that went over there.
Yeah, correct.
Two power line fires.
Yep. Yep.
People just don't realize this is they neglected their power line maintenance for like 30 or 40 years. These things did not happen in my grandma's time. She never would have experienced anything like this because they were new in her time.
Yeah, yeah.
Ish.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the equipment that broke down during the Paradise Fire, and that's in that canyon, is so old Nikola Tesla would have recognized it. But it's obvious they didn't do any maintenance through its entire lifespan because no one alive knew how to make the replacement parts. They went to the patent office to try to figure out how to make the replacement parts. So for 96 years, a hook swung like this in the wind and wore itself down to a nub.
Yeah.
Wore itself to a nub.
Look, I've got pictures of shackles we used to use on a ship or a tugboat, towing another tugboat for 3 weeks from where I am here in Tassie up to Papua New Guinea, like the next country up, right? Like, say 6 weeks towing. And just that working, it wore it down to absolutely, from that down to like the small, the narrowest part.
Paperclip, yeah.
It's just, but office jockeys don't get it. Office jockeys just haven't got a clue. When I say office jockeys, it's those people pushing pencils
bean
on
counters,
a drawing board, bean counters, all that. They haven't got a clue. They never will do.
The worker that suspected he was down in the canyon the day the Dixie started, and hey, morning, and Merry Christmas. So he knew very well that Paradise burned down and killed 84 plus people or 88. Can't even remember. I'm still not
Yeah.
convinced they found every body, but um, so he knows that, and he's still so terrified of the company that. And mind you, in the United States, we don't have free health care. So you get a job good enough to offer health care, and there's very few of them anymore that do that. So if you have a sick kid, you have asthma, you have your own issues, like you cannot lose your healthcare job. Your boss can try to make you do dangerous things. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Seen it in my prior workplace. They tried to use that against me, and I said, "Screw you," and I got fired. They wanted me to drive trucks with bald tires, and I was kind of like, and then
Yeah.
yeah, in a polite way, I said that, and so they fire you for being 4 minutes late to work one day. They do what they do. So the intimidation is real. I mean, your child
Yeah.
might die. And so I'm not saying that's the case, but it's hard, and most of your retirement and stuff is wrapped up in the company, and so um, this guy was so scared. He sees the lines surging, and that means that the power lines could have gone down somewhere. And this is a massive drought, an extremely hot day. It's July 14th to
Yeah.
be exact, and um, he knew that company policy was you can't cut the power to a line, even if it looks like it's being surging, because you'll get fired. This company was so greedy that they don't want to lose an hour, 2 hours,
You
or
get a
3 hours
wet. Yeah.
because they can't charge customers those 3 hours of lost power.
Just got to wait until it nearly takes, until it's nearly too late, sort of thing.
Oh yeah. So what he did is he's out of cell phone range because that's the shitty canyon. He drives up and sees a tree leaning on the lines that's being electrocuted, and tries to fight the fire himself because there's no cell phone service. And oh my God, I half expected this witness to disappear. That company's that evil. So that even though they had killed 85-ish people in Paradise, they had killed people in the Zog fire in 2020 live when I was covering it. They had been ordered by the state. They had become a felony company. They pled guilty to 80 something plus counts of felony manslaughter, which I'm not satisfied with. It should have been negligent homicide, but hey. Then they were ordered by the judge that whenever there's high winds and surges, you turn off your power, and then you make sure everything's fine before you turn it back on. We're talking hurricane force winds. They're seasonal for California. And so they disobeyed the judge's orders. In all of 2020, they go around starting new ones. Now, they had already killed people in 2017, killed people in, I believe, 2015. They had started a bunch of fires in 2016, so 2017, 2018, they killed nearly 100 people in Paradise. 2020, they killed people in the Zog fire, including a woman and her child. They got trapped in a car. And even after all of this, 2021 now, they still have a policy where we're going to fire you if you turn off the power and it turns not to be a fire. Oh my God.
Well, I can't really say what I was going to say, but yeah, assholes.
Assholes, yeah. Capital A. So guess what? The madness continues. Diablo Canyon is a nuclear power plant. It's in the Bay Area. And it was built on an active fault line. Great planning there, right?
Isn't that a marvelous bit of thinking? Yeah.
Oh, it's pristine. And so when Fukushima shows us what can happen, right? If there's a tsunami, it's right there on the ocean. They did a risk assessment of all the nuclear power plants of the United States, and sure enough, the ones on the coast, like Diablo Canyon, need to be shut down and like now. So they had plans to shut it down within 1 to 2 years. And because even the quake in Japan could send that tsunami to wreck the place, and it's sitting on its own fault line in the Pacific Ring of Fire, right? Guess what happened?
Yeah. Have a look what happened in 2010. The Fukushima.
Yeah.
Fukushima.
So
everything got wet over in where I
So
wanted to go.
so get this. It's a fast track to be decommissioned and stuff, right? Well, guess what they just decided? The governor, good old governor of California, who is taking money from PG&E, and PG&E runs this plant. They got dirty energy, man. They only do not only do the hydropower up there in the mountains, but they got a nuclear power plant or two. They used to have coal fire plants and stuff. They got their finger in every kind of energy here. Nuclear energy is not green. It is not safe. So instead of shutting it down, the governor announced it. My gosh, we're going to keep this thing open. He is scratching the back of this company that keeps giving him all these campaign donations. He's trying to convince Californians to keep this thing open because nuclear energy is carbon free.
Carbon free, clean and green.
What he just did is he convinced the president to convince Congress to give him $1 billion to keep this plant open. PG&E kills people, kills half of California, kills most of the forest and the Plumas National Forest and El Dorado Forest by proxy.
And the
And
wildlife.
they get $1 billion. This just happened last week, and I'm gonna have a stroke. So
Yeah.
can you believe it?
And you can't get the medical help that you need. That's just fucked up.
Well, I have insurance, but the doctor has made some mistakes.
Not the point.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. But if
Yeah.
it's the last thing I do, I'm gonna expose.
Yeah.
It might be the last
good.
thing I do, but if it is, I will.
Yep.
Erin Brockovich is out there now, and I want her take on this. Corruption of California goes so far back. There's this movie called Chinatown. It's just tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
You seen it?
No, I haven't. But
okay. Jack Nicholson, classic. It's hard to follow, but at the end, it's hilarious. He starts slapping a woman to get the truth out of her because she's holding back. Like we were talking, like murder and stuff has happened, right?
yeah.
And he's like, "Tell the truth, slap, 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 slap," and it's just like a meme. But it's about the corruption of California and building dams and people getting in the way.
And disclaimer, YouTube. We're only talking about a movie. YouTube.
Yeah.
YouTube. It's only about a movie, so don't get the wrong idea.
Right. I thought you were going to go in on this murder with me.
Oh, yeah, but YouTube, you suck. Stop stopping in murderers. I'm not going to tell you where I put the bodies.
God, you're awesome, dude. Well, I mean, I know where you would. It's at sea, duh.
Yeah, well, that's easy.
Yeah.
Yep. Couple of shuffles in amongst it all, and then see you later.
Oh no, it might be snowing again, and I gotta go. I didn't realize it's 4:45 in the morning.
Yeah, you got to go and get a bit of rest. I'm going to go because I've just got to go. It's been fabulous.
Sure.
With my special guest, Kathryn. And it was bloody pretty good having the couple of the old crew come across too. That was earlier in the piece. That was great. Yeah. And let's hope the next time's sooner. I enjoy our little chats. It's good.
Really, mate. Yeah, and thank you for having me on. You're so cool. I'm glad you got your super chat stuff set up. I knew you would. It's like pushing a boulder uphill with YouTube, and then you made it.
Yeah, I've got it all set up now. Just got to get AdSense to bloody behave themselves and play the game properly.
Oh yeah, good luck with that. I just got a random.
Bloody AdSense are a pain in the ass.
Yeah, there's a new problem. Every day there's a new problem with that. But yes, Merry Christmas and to all a good night and bah humbug to you.
Same to you too, mate. Bah humbug.
And I'm gonna
Good
stop
on you, mate.
saying, "Oh yeah, this next year is gonna be better." I just gotta stop saying.
Let's not say that. We'll just say, let's see what tomorrow's like.
Amen. Right.
That's what I do. I wake up. Oh, yeah. Sunny out there. My dog's still squeaking at me. Happy days, you know.
Now, where has she been this whole time?
She's good. She's downstairs in her bed,
Oh, okay.
leaving me alone because it's her birthday. She's
Thank you.
turned 7, so what's that, 49? She's officially an old bag.
She's 49 in dog years. Yay!
Yeah,
All right. All right.
but
Good.
yeah.
Good night, mate. And good night, all your friends. Good to meet you this
All
time.
right, Kat. No worries, mate. And Cindy, Dave, you're about still. You take it easy. Play guitar, man. One. All the best. Have a good day with your Christmas and Mrs. T. And you, Hall, just popped in. We're just about to pop out.
Yeah. Sorry,
Thanks
mate.
for popping in, though. And Kat, as usual, good on you, mate.
Well, thank you. You're a saint. Thanks for helping me through these rough days. You're awesome.
We'll chat away again soon, mate. Just
Yep.
have a rest, have a feed if you can. And you never know. We'll chat another 12 hours or so.
Sure, anytime, mate. That's
All
nothing
right.
to me. I remember my 26ers.
Oh,
Those
I
are good.
know. I know. You're a bloody machine.
Yeah. All
But,
right.
all right. You take care.
And I do. Merry Christmas.
All right. Keep your chin up. Thanks, guys. Catch us later.